Okay, there we go. Are we recording? Yes, okay. As I was saying, it's Tuesday, November 15th, 2016, and it's the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. Once again, my name's Rick Crammond, and I've done this group for coming up on 4 years now, I guess. And yeah, so what we do is, what do we do? It's show and tell time for all Keshe technologies, devices, and things fringe to Keshe and in and outside of the universe. All right, so we can get going here. Let me. I think we'll just launch in as usual, maybe with Lee Coates, because he's sitting there like a, what do they call it? A grinning Cheshire cat or something like that. Let's get him spotlighted there. Just a minute while I get it on my screen. There it is. All right, Lee, what are you up to today? You're constructing. Now you're in your living room. You've outgrown your lab, and now you're sprouting things in your living room. Or has it grown from the basement into through the floor into the living room or something?
I'm taking over the whole house.
or maybe this is the smaller structure you had, and you've shrunk. I can't really tell. Well, tell us about it. It's really interesting, of course. So, what do you got in mind here?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I was talking with a friend about these Keshe health units and how Mr. Keshe had mentioned that I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago in one of the workshops, and he was mentioning you could have a health unit with 8 magravs, 4 on top and 4 on the bottom. So she talked me into making this health unit. So I just finished it this weekend, and she was over yesterday. She's a senior. She goes to the senior's place to help out, and then she phoned up and says, "Well, I'm not going to come right away because my hip's really sore. I got to go home and get some Tylenol." And I said, "Well, why don't you come over anyway right away and test this thing out, you know?"
Yeah.
So she dropped by right away and sat in the thing for probably half an hour where I'm sitting here, and the pain in her hip went down, and this morning when she got up, there was no pain at all, and she could. The problem is she's got it's the base of her spine. She's got had arthritis there and calcium buildup, and there's something going on there, and the pain was going down her leg and her hip and stuff. And
Right, sciatica.
Whatever.
The sciatic nerve gets irritated by the compression on the spine and so on, and the nerves there.
I think it might have been more than that, but I don't know. I'm not a doctor. So anyway, she was really happy this morning, and she brought her daughter over today with her, and her daughter's a psychic, who could see energies and all this kind of stuff. So she could see the energy fields around it, or she could feel them anyway, flowing through her body. And she sat in it for about 20 minutes and said, I can feel the energy field, and I can draw it into my body, and wow. It was a good thing. So I'll just go up to the camera here and give you a better pan of what I got here. I turn my computer around so I can see what I'm shooting at.
Well, that's a good recommendation when you get someone that's sensitive to power and to energy. Okay.
So it's just a PVC 3/4 inch PVC pipe frame. You can see it's quick and dirty. You can see the bows in it from the weight on the top.
Sure, yeah, but it's holding out fine.
In the ones in the white pipe frames in the corners there, they're my newest ones. I was going to use with the fridge compressor thing. I wired them up as power mag gravs. The closest one there is it's the Q24 that I'd made, and in the background there is one of my Starship ones.
Wow.
And then on the bottom there's a 24 and a Q6 and an IQ6, and then in the corner behind the chair there's that's a double mag grav I had made up. I was testing it as a car mag grav, which didn't work. It wasn't putting out any plasma, but I rewired it as a power mag grav, and seems to work good. So
Okay, so
So
do you
there we
have,
go.
how do you have it wired up? Are all the top ones wired together and all the bottom ones wired together?
I
Or?
just I just wired them all in series. So I got power coming in one unit at the bottom, goes around the floor, and then goes up the top and around again. So
Oh, it's actually plugged into your grid system, your
yes,
grid
yeah.
power.
These are all the power mag grabs that
Wow.
house grabs that you plug into the wall.
Well, that would definitely create a field.
But as I say, they're all in series. If you take
Yeah.
if you take the little tester, they start showing something about a foot away, kind of thing.
Each one
Yeah,
shows that.
each one shows. I guess I'm not sure what I'm focused on right now, but
It doesn't get
yeah. So
any weaker at the end of the chain, kind of thing. Eh?
no, they all seem to be working, and the little tester doesn't show anything in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
but there's about a foot. The tester shows there's about a foot field around each one, so
Yeah, and
one's working.
the tester's just electromagnetic field. It's not necessarily
Exactly,
the plasmatic field. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So that
Interesting.
was just gives you an indication that there's something happening in the maggraph. So but anyway, that gal who was here today, she said she could feel the fields right in the middle there and
Yeah.
everything else. That was a good sign.
Huh.
I
Cool. Um,
sort of sit in the chair here where my computer's sitting, and on the bookcase behind the chair is these car magravs. So they're sitting there with their wires tied together, and I can feel the field going through me when I sit in this chair outside of the box. I
yeah.
think it's
Well,
sort of interacting with all the car magravs I got behind me. There's about 8 of them there that are sort of nano coating the wires.
yeah. I wonder too about the chair. Perhaps the other chair is metal. I think on inside there.
Yeah.
And perhaps the other ones would have more wood rather than metal involved in them. Maybe that would be better to, have maybe have an easy chair in the center instead of a hard metal chair. But on the other hand, maybe the metal chair has special qualities that attracts the fields and makes it work better as well. So I'm not sure.
I'm
Maybe
not sure either.
maybe
I
your
could try with a wooden dining room chair.
Maybe you could try
See
with
what happens.
your psychic friend there to see, let them try each one and say, which one do you think will be more effective, and try it
Anyway,
yourself too.
my friend Jane is telling all her friends about this now, and it looks like I'm going to have visitors every day this week coming in. So,
Well, you may or may not want that. You might want to put a sign on the door and start charging or something.
that's right.
Or,
Donations welcome.
well, yeah. I mean, seriously, if you put a lot of time and effort into this, you should be getting some sort of support just to be able to keep going with it, especially if you start getting good results with the
Anyway,
healing.
we'll see the results this week. I think on Friday she's bringing her friend by who's got terminal cancer, and
Yeah,
so no promises, but we'll see what happens. So
yeah, yeah. That's right. Spirit of adventure.
I just had a very weird thought. Now, looking at the picture that I'm looking at right now, if that trampoline could be in the center of the structure
Yeah.
and was much younger, a bit more healthy, could be on that trampoline, bouncing up and down rather than just sitting there static, maybe that might have a more potent effect on the
Well,
person.
that's a very interesting idea because movement of the fields is perhaps more important than the actual fields themselves. In other words, if we're moving or the fields are moving either way, then it would tend to be more effective probably than a static field. So yeah, that's an interesting idea. And of course, the
well,
people it'd be a little hard if someone has a back injury or something and can barely stand up to be bouncing on a trampoline. But on the other hand, maybe it's the best thing that could happen too. Eh,
maybe I'm trying to get my other friend over here. She's a Reiki healer, and she really feels the fields. So maybe I'll put the tramp in there and see if she can jump up and down and see what she says.
Interesting. Because
Uh,
every time you're bouncing, you're away from you're sort of away from gravity in a way, but away from the Earth's influence as far as a direct grounding factor goes. And maybe it would make one more susceptible to the other, finer fields that are coming through or something like that. Interesting.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It's an idea anyway. So.
Right on. Thanks very much, Lee. That's amazing how much progress you can get done in a week. Of course, with 38 reactors or whatever you have now, I guess you got enough spares to be able to throw something together real quick, which is
Yeah, I
the
had
big
the reactors
advantage.
and the pipe frame went together real quick. As you can see, it's
Yeah,
quick and dirty.
you're getting
So
good
it was
with pipe frame and finding
a
all the
simple one.
fittings and stuff, which is quite an art to that. People used to make furniture out of pipe frame like that.
Yeah. So.
All right. Anything else? Any questions for Lee? Anything else you want to know there? I need to get my live stream going here so I can see if there's any comments.
I had some more Carmagraph stuff, but you can get the other guys going on their stuff first, and we'll save that for later if you like. Or
Okay. And okay, there we go.
I'm wondering if you use pain pens while you're sitting in there to direct the fields, would it be a major enhancement or make any difference at all?
Good question. Haven't tried it.
Just going to show you a picture of a really cool pain pen setup. If I can find the folder here. I rearranged my folders like cleaning my room. I can't find anything anymore. There it is. Yeah, I'll show you something you could add to your arrangement, perhaps. Let me share. Do a screen share here. I thought this is a pretty cool looking rig. It's basically like 3 pain pans on special mounts, and everything's mounted on a tripod. And then there's the maggrav coils on one side there, on the right side, and everything's joined with nano-coated coils into a capacitor box in the center there. So all in all, I thought it was a pretty cool way to do things. There's some other pictures too. Let me see if I could find another one here. This is from Patrick. This is a top view. And here's a look inside the magic box. Let's get this out of the way here. There it is. So it's the capacitor bank inside there that everything's attached to. So you could imagine, sort of imagine, being in the middle of this thing. Oops, I misshared that. Just back to this one for a sec so we can have another look at it. Okay. So you can imagine that if you were sitting in the middle of it with these things, say, these pain pens aimed at maybe some kind of tumor, perhaps a lung tumor or stomach tumor or something. And with the giver and taker idea and the field setup, and you'd be also enclosed by the other fields that in Lee's example there with the 8 maggrav units around, it'd be like you would be in an enclosed field setup that would have this subtle but intense, subtle but focused maybe arrangement that wouldn't be bothered by external influences because you're already inside of this closed field that's generated by the other maggrav units, perhaps one might say. Any comments? I'll just move on. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I just dropped in.
Oh, hi, Shandor. How you doing?
Hi. Thanks. Short clip, quick copy under preparing. What was that beauty which we have seen there? Because it was looking very much remembering me of a picture which I saw recently, a picture from the 50s.
The building? You mean
The construction.
Oh, you mean that unit I just showed the picture? Okay, I'll put it back up here. Okay, yeah, this is from Patrick Kehoe, and he's put together this health unit, and it does look like something that's sort of steampunk, or maybe from the late 1800s or something like that. Very early electrical work, like maybe something that Faraday would put together, or Tesla.
It's really, really beautiful.
It is. It has a nice elegance to it, and it's a lot of wood construction. You can see the 3 handles here, which are fire coated, nano coated with the fire coating, and you'd be able to actually direct them with the handles. Of course, the Gans balls in each one, and these small balls are a bit mysterious. They appear to be a glass. I believe they have a combination of Ganses in them.
We don't see the picture, Rick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I was looking at a picture from my memory. I'd seen it for a second.
Sorry. Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes. Okay, so yeah, back to my description here of the picture you couldn't see. They could see it on live stream, but not in the Zoom. Anyway, you can see the 3 health pen units, and with the ping pong ball type Gans balls, and each one of them are fire coated wood, which are the handle part. And these little balls I was pointing out, I believe they're glass spheres, and they have a hole that's been filled, and I think they have a combination of Ganses in them. Everything's connected with nano-coated plasma tubes or coils.
Great. Big question. What is in the box of the middle?
You want to know what's in the box because you came late. Here, let me show you. I'll show what's in the mystery box.
Is that a control unit?
Basically, it's a capacitor box, you might say.
Wow.
So it's got 4 capacitors, and everything's hooked in the way it's supposed to be, I guess, here.
What I notice is you got counterclockwise and clockwise windings, the mix.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. If it's a circuit sort of thing, if it goes around and comes back in again, it would be going out it's one way and coming back in it's the other way, perhaps. Do you see in the three wires running out of the unit, or in the capacitors? You mean, John?
On the three wires, you've got counterclockwise, and on the right side, you got clockwise. The right-handed winding on your left, and left-handed winding on your right.
I see the coils made in the same direction.
Yeah, I think I do too, but it depends if you see them going in or out. And we talked about this in the private teaching earlier, and let me briefly get into that. It's kind of a fun discussion. We'll be back in a second here.
On your left hand, the one inside is a right-handed screw, and the one outside is a left-handed. They're one against the other there. The others you can't really tell. Yes, they're also crossed over. On the first one, on the right also they're crossed over.
You're referring to the capacitor itself?
No, to the wires that go into this box. The three wires that go into the box, I believe.
Exactly, yes. You can see them, they cross over.
Well, anyway, it's interesting, the discussion. I'll just briefly let me stop the share for a second here. And we talked earlier about this thing of the clock and clockwise and anti-clockwise and so on. And the idea came up, it's so much a matter of a point of view, where you're at and where you're coming from, basically. Because from the viewer's point of view out here, looking at the ordinary clock, and yes, the clock goes clockwise this way. But if I was a viewer viewing a transparent clock from this point of view back here, then what appears to be clockwise to you appears to be anti-clockwise to me. So it's a matter of perspective with clockwise and anti-clockwise. If you were the clock, would you say that you were clockwise or anti-clockwise? It would sort of depend if you were looking this way or looking backward.
Yeah, the thing, Rick, on the conductor there, you got the gravitational conductor going one way and the magnetical the other way. They're sort of crossing each other. They're bumping into each other in every coil, in every turn of the coils.
Just get this other picture up here. Get that. There we go. That's just another angle of the coils. You can see they seem to be the same.
Looks like the same to me.
In the other picture, you could see them better, where they were at the end part. You could sort of see them crisscrossing each other.
Anyway, when I think of counterclockwise, clockwise. I think you have to think of it as a vector quantity like velocity or acceleration. The number itself, like the clockwise, doesn't mean anything unless you give it the direction.
That's right. And one of the directions we arbitrarily choose as humans is the direction of up and down, up being away from gravity and or away from the planet Earth, let's say, and down meaning going toward the planet Earth. And that's kind of a... But if we're in space, how would we do that? What's up and down?
Well, it's towards you, away from you, or if you're looking at a flat coil, it's from the center out or from the outside.
Think of it as vortex way. If you got a vortex that's going one way and the other one is crossing the other vortex, there's a sort of clash one with the other.
Okay, well, I don't want to get into that too much because we have to start describing all this stuff in a way that all about the conventions of clockwise and counterclockwise and left-hand and right-hand thread and so on.
Yeah,
but suffice to say,
that different cultures have different interpretations, because
yes.
some are considering from them going outwards, and others are considering coming toward them.
Right.
And you see this difference in culture, for instance, in the way how people used to use the knife to cut the food for themselves. See, some are cutting with knife to go away, and the Mongols, for instance, so some Mongols are cutting towards themselves.
Yes, for example, in just saws used to saw wood, in North America at least, probably most of Europe, the idea is to have a saw that when you push on it, on that pushing stroke is your cutting stroke, you know, your power putting into it. But then you have the Japanese with their style of saw where it's a pull saw. So it's actually more gentle but effective motion and conserves more energy but gets the job done in a more sort of elegant way. We have a bit of interference there somewhere. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's an interesting comparison. The thread thing or the counterclockwise and clockwise argument gets right into different trades as well. So you have your screw thread manufacturers for threads and bolts and so on. They have a certain convention for clockwise and counterclockwise. And then you have your pipe fitters and other people, and you've got your spring winders, which are opposite convention compared to the screw makers. You'd think they would have all gotten together many centuries ago and said, look, all these things are going in a spiral direction, or two main spiral directions. Do you think we could get together and have a convention that names everything conventionally so we can all understand? No, they had to have their own cliques and different groups, interest groups that had to have it their way.
If I may add some words, I worked with Japanese trading company. When I joined, I understood that we are two completely different cultures, and my role in that position was to make a bridge, a cultural bridge in between, in communication. And really, example about what you said, when we had to make a quotation to offer for somebody a special product which he needed as replacement for an old Japanese machinery, or whatever specific product somebody wanted, we always had to ask for a sample. Please show us the sample to make no confusion. Because even in the technical drawings, there can be different interpretations. But sending a small sample or taking a photo of it was the simple way how to clarify it. whether it's a left thread or a right thread. Also these threads. So you have the same thing when you have gas pipes, for instance. Well, the sample is the easy way to how to conclude such a discussion. Show me how it looks like, and then I know it.
Right, exactly. Okay, well, anyways, that's probably enough on Patrick's doodad there. Thought that was quite interesting. Be good to have him on and talk about his setup sometime. So, who else has something they want to present here? Something they'd like to show and tell, or some question or otherwise? Yes, no, maybe so.
Rick, here is Fransje. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Fransje. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I've sent you yesterday some videos. Did you receive them?
No, I haven't seen them yet. Was that how did you send them?
With the program We Transfer. I've sent them to you. I think then they are in your mailbox.
Mailbox. Oh, okay. I see it just came in here, actually, or a bunch of messages that just came in that I hadn't gotten from earlier today. Okay. Is that something you want me to show now then?
Yes, because I did this experiment with my car. I put 2 Gans balls in my car before I went to Switzerland, Germany, and Holland, and they give this free plasma energy, and it was driving much economic. I won about 3 kilometers with 1 liter. Normally, I'm driving 10 to 12 kilometers with 1 liter of diesel, and now it was until 15 kilometers. Only with this 2 Gans balls in the car. I did not make points yet. I only made a spiral on the plus pole, but not really direct on the pole, but on the plastic cover of the pole from the magnetic. I made a video out of it, but it's a long one. I think it took long to send it to you.
Yeah, I've got 4 videos altogether. I'm just downloading them now. It might take a couple of minutes, but they're pretty quick on the WeTransfer, so let's see how that goes.
I think the first one, the oldest, is the car video.
Okay, I'm not sure what the first one. Okay, let's try this one as the first one. Oops, do that. Okay. Get this set up. Not sure if you consider this the first one, but we'll have a look at it and see. This is an iPhone vertical video, so I'm only able to make it a certain size on my screen here, but that's okay. And let me just share it. Okay, is that the one?
No, this is the last one.
Okay.
I can tell something about this one. um, you know this black iron Gans that one person in your group was showing it I think 5 weeks ago. The black iron Gans, the high magnetic iron Gans.
Right.
I have many of them because my iron Gans was always black. And it was very funny to see that this Mr. had also these black iron Gans and also this high magnetic uh, um, plasma organs. When I put it in a little bit in a basket with 10 liters of rainwater, it is turning the water around. Maybe you have seen already the same basket with a flower inside. And some days later, I did it again with a new basket of rainwater, and then it was turning very fast. I put a little apple on it. Can you play this?
Okay, you want to do that one first? Sure. Let's do that then. The one that's up there now, right? Okay.
Yes.
Let me get that. Whoops. Just a second here. Back to there. There we go. Okay, let's play that.
Oh, I can. It is not turning here. It's not
It's not playing?
at my screen. Not. I don't know how.
Are other people seeing it? Okay. Maybe you don't have the bandwidth, perhaps. Someone give me some feedback on that. I stopped it here now, so you won't be able to see it, but right now you should be able to see it.
And now
Okay.
it turns again.
Yeah, it's working okay, Fransje. Is something on your end you don't have the bandwidth or something to show it, perhaps?
Okay.
But it's
Okay.
working fine here, and for
So you
most
can
people,
see.
and yeah. Yeah, so
I just that is just 10 liters of rainwater with a little bit um, of this black iron can. This magnetic black iron can. It is making a spiral in the water, and then the water is turning around about 15 minutes, and then I go with the basket to my plants to give water.
and so you added the Gans first, and then put the water in, or how did you do that again? Fransje, are you still there? We may have lost Fransje. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm back again.
Oh,
I'm back
okay.
again.
I was just asking, how did you mix the iron in with the water again? Did you put the iron Gans in first and then the water, or how was it?
First the water, and then the iron cans.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, very interesting. And okay, I've got one here with a bottle of some sort, and let's see the other ones. Got one with a jar, and a car. Which one would you like?
Now we are with this again. Maybe you can start with this video with the black bottle. There is a
Okay.
black bottle
Yeah.
in front of the, and that one. Maybe you start with that one, and then we can put
Sure.
later, if you have still time, we can put later the card.
Okay, let me get that set up here so it's large enough and people can see it on the screen share. Okay, there's that. All right, there we go. Okay, so I'll play this one.
Hello, hier is Fransje from France. Here you see a bottle with my first iron Gans. I think it was May or June from this year. And I saw in the plasma group. I saw also this black iron Gans, and it is high magnetic. I try for you to show you how my magnet is bringing up. You cannot see it on the movie. I see it is terrible black. It is not coming higher than that.
I had some more car mag grab stuff, but you can get the other guys going on their stuff first, and we'll see.
So I did a lot of things with this iron Gans because I had no other iron Gans, and all my iron Gans was like this. I know now it is because of the high electricity from the adapter when I do the electrolysis, and I took too much salt in the water. And here you see
That
my
was
new
the
Gans.
detector. There is no iron again in the Gans.
Yeah, it seemed to basically kill the metal detector, and it made the sound go away.
Yeah, the sound, I did the sound, I showed the iron on the ground, there is something iron on the ground, and then I went up to the plasma, and there is no iron in the plasma.
Yeah, interesting. That was a good test. Yeah, or it's a different form of iron, perhaps, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Use now about 10% sea salt on 1 liter of distilled water or rainwater. I made this one only with a wire between the nano-coated copper and the iron plate. Nothing else. No electricity. Just that. And it took, I think, 4 days. It's not everything because I used already something. With this iron Gans water.
The black one, I mean.
A little bit iron Gans water in 10 liters of rainwater. I give to those plants at the left side. Maybe 4 or 5 times. At the right side, I didn't. You see the difference between the green plants at the left side and at the right side. It's the same seeds, same time, but only at the left side with the iron Gans. I give this iron Gans when the plants were about 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter high. I give the iron Gans only for the roots because it is carrot and beets. So I thought it should be for the roots a powerful energy, and that's why I used iron Gans.
Yeah.
Here you see the result. The left one was giving water with some little iron Gans inside, and the right one just once, and the left one 4 or 5 times. Also the green is stronger and healthier. This is an experiment experience of a friend of mine in Holland. At the left side, the seeds was given only water. At the right side, he gave the seeds CO2 Gans water, with water. And he asked me why it's giving the result like this. And then I was thinking about, and maybe, I don't know if it's really true, but maybe it is not a plant that is growing in the ground. It is a plant that is giving food above the ground. So, CO2 Gans, I think it's okay to give when you have already plants, and not when you have only seed. So if you want to give the roots more power to grow, I think you start with iron Gans, mixed with water, of course. He promised to make another example of this. I don't have it yet. Maybe next week, or when I ask him, he wants to send a photo.
Oh, thank you, Fransje. That's very good research there, I think.
Yeah,
Rick,
Yes, John?
Rick, yes, according to Victor Schauberger, iron is a negative catalytic, has a negative catalytic effect on plants, on the earth, really. So maybe it's the iron in the soil that is a negative, and or the CO2 in the soil is negative, and the CO2 on the leaves is a positive catalytic effect.
that
I'm not
means if you put CO2 on the seeds, it is not so
Yeah,
good.
exactly. You'd have to try that out. Because normally when you put the CO2 water on the leaves or on the stems, they grow faster, they sprout immediately. And maybe the CO2 in the earth is negative towards the plants.
Yes, when the plant has a body, then you can start with CO2.
Yeah, that would be a nice experiment, because normally when you spray a plant with a CO2 water, it sprouts immediately, and maybe that's the difference between one effect and the other.
Yes, you mean you spray it on the plant and you don't do it in the ground.
Exactly. Yes. When you spray a plant on the stems outside of the earth, it sprouts immediately. I mean, it's very positive.
Ah, I will say it to him. Thank you so much. So not in the ground, but on the plant.
Exactly. Yes. It must be because the plant takes the CO2 from the air, so it must be it's helping it to grow faster.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. And
That's
you can,
interesting. Go ahead.
and the iron gas, that can go into the ground for the roots.
Yeah, I was going to say that's interesting with the iron, and the plants look so much greener. Now we know that the chlorophyll provides the greenness in the plants, and the center element of the chlorophyll is magnesium. And but for humans, the blood hemoglobin is the exact same structure, except there's iron in the middle instead of the magnesium. So maybe you're providing that catalyst for the plant in the sense that it converts that iron into a chlorophyll somehow. It's like the blood for the plant, essentially.
Wow. Wow. Beautiful.
Well, we'd have to make a few tests, because according to Victor Schauberger, iron is a negative catalytic effect on plants, on the ground also. If you use
That's the element iron, though. That's the difference, I think, because
yes, exactly.
and also the use of an iron implement, which ends up changing the soil because of the electrical impulse that gets as it gets pulled through, and that creates ions that are destructive and so on. But maybe in a Gans condition, it's exactly what the plant needs.
Yeah,
Oh, Rick.
because that's why he built the plows made out of copper.
Right, yeah, but we know that copper also will kill a plant or will tend to impede its growth usually. Or, if you use copper oxide, that's used as a pesticide or a fungicide and that kind of thing. So
Well, but
it's
not for the plant, for the infections on the plant.
right,
But
yeah,
Victor used to say all his tools were made out of copper, and there were positive catalytic effect on all the growth of plants
that
and whatever.
that's right. So it's different than the element copper, and it's different than the just the ionic form that you might have as a copper sulfate or something that might be used for killing bugs, but if it gets in the roots too much, it might kill the tree too. So yeah, it's interesting. It's having the right conditions, the right materials in the right conditions to make the effect. It's everything's got to be transformed into the proper form to be effective in the situation.
There is
He just
something else very interesting about copper. Um, in the old graves, like the from Egypt or but also in Russia, they gave the dead people, the mummies, a lot of copper on the body or in the sarcophage. It is against oxidation of the body.
yeah, that must be a sort of a disinfectant.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, Stauberger, what he discovered that in the olden times they used to use the axes made out of copper, and that used when they cut a tree and forgot the axe inside the stub of the tree, that tree would grow up again. If you use a steel axe, this doesn't happen. The tree doesn't grow anymore.
oh, this is interesting. Oh, amazing. Rick, I have another video where you see the bottle on a green basket.
Yes, okay, I'll put that one up here.
Yes, it's very interesting too, about the iron gans and fruit.
Okay, just a second here. Let's get that one lined up. So I think you mean this one.
I cannot see it. I have only
Okay, well,
one.
it's a green bottle or some kind of mason jar on top of a green tub, like, or
Yes,
a
yes,
bucket.
that's it. I have still this photo of these two pots. I have no other picture. My
Right.
it is standing still here.
Well, you'll have to go by our word about it then. Okay,
I
I'll
have
play that one.
okay. I can hear myself on the.
Hi, here Fransje from France. I want to say again something about this black iron Gans, this high magnetic black iron Gans. I put it in this basket, just a little bit. The basket is 10 liters. And then I gave it to my vegetable garden. It is good for the roots. I gave it also to my tomatoes, paprika and pepper. The fruit had black black spots on it, and I think it was from the iron Gans. I think the iron Gens is only good to give to the roots or to help to grow the little plants. And then you have to look for another Gens to give to your fruit plants. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Aha. Okay, well that's a good observation, and that's kind of makes sense.
Three kinds of fruits: tomatoes, pepper, and paprikas. They all had black spots and was a little bit rotting inside. And
Yeah.
I never had that. And I said I gave them also many times iron against water with rainwater. And then I said to myself, okay, it's good for the vegetables that is growing in the ground, but not good for the vegetables that is going above the ground.
Yeah, I think the iron would lead to mold and mildew kind of condition. Little bacteria like that or funguses love to have an iron-rich environment to grow.
Yes.
So I think that makes sense. And of
Mm.
course, in the earth, it's different. It doesn't have the same oxidation processes going on and the same kinds of bugs and bacteria and so on. It's a different environment that likes
Yeah,
to have certain bacteria growing.
yes, but the carrots have nothing. They are beautiful. The beets are beautiful. It's amazing. This is my first time that I have carrots and beets in a very, very um 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 what's the kind?
What,
Um,
unfertile soil normally or
yes,
something?
yes, only sand. I had only sand. Nothing else in it. A little bit black ground, but only sand. It's about 30 centimeters deep, only sand, and a little bit black ground. And there is really, I thought, nothing to help them to grow. So it was only this iron Get. You see it in the other one, in the other, at the right side. The ground was not strong enough to give them the power to grow. And the left side with the iron Gens, it was the beautiful result.
Yes, exactly. Nice.
Rick, we could also think that if you hurt yourself with iron, you can get tetanus. That is
That's right.
an infection, yes. And with copper, you normally will heal your cut.
Well, that's true. And if you look at even in hospitals, let me just put on my video again here after I'll stop the share for now. And let's get this. Yeah, basically, as I was saying, um, in hospitals, they normally have been using stainless steel for decades. Ever since it was made, it's shiny and clean looking, and you'd think that'd be the best thing for a hospital. But it turns out a stainless steel surface could actually harbor bacteria for up to days in the tiny little micro crevices and scratches and imperfections in the steel. And the stainless steel doesn't have any intrinsic way to kill the bacteria. But on the other hand, copper as a surface, just plain ordinary copper, even if it's not shiny and it's oxidized and looks like crap, still kills bacteria somewhere around 95 to 98% within an hour or two. And kills virtually all bacteria within a day or something like that. So it's a self-cleaning surface. In fact, copper just a year or two ago was declared by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, I think it was, as the first substance they've declared to be a microcide, I think it's called. It's antimicrobial. In other words, it kills bugs. It kills bugs and viruses, bacteria. So interesting that copper has those qualities. even before it's nano-coated, which probably would only accent those decontamination qualities. Definitely we know for other heavy metals and so on, the copper oxide can be a decontaminant for that kind of thing.
In the olden days, they would use copper pans for making jam. That would be for the jam to
Oh,
preserve itself. Yes,
right,
and
good point.
and the stainless steel in medicine, you use surgical stainless steel, which is more compact in appearance. It's harder. It's not the soft stainless steel you get normally on
Yeah,
other
that's a good
utensils.
point. But they also have a very hard time with the sterilization and decontamination of the tools and equipment and so on. They have all these fancy high temperature chambers to clean and so on. They're finding out that even that won't kill the superbugs, which they're super because they're able to take all those conditions and keep on ticking. But even the superbugs can't handle copper, so it's interesting. Okay, I'd like to see what's going on with the car here, Fransje. You got so many projects going on. Holy cow, and you're out in the middle of the woods here. Or a farm, at least. Okay, so...
Let's have a look at the video.
Yes, let's have a look at that. Okay, here's the car. Okay, here we go.
Hello, here is Fransje from France. And my cat. I followed Mr. Keshe's children lecture number 1. And in that he explained already, or told us already, the secret of plasma energy. I put in my car 1 ball of plasma Gans, CO2 Gans, on a cold place. It is not heated by the motor there. And I put some friend for him at the right side, also on a cold place. So those 2 balls of Gans are interacting now with each other, playing with each other. My cat. And they're making this infinity field of plasma energy. When there is somewhere a plasma energy field, everybody with a car have benefit of it. I heard, I think it was Mr. Keshe saying something like that. And the plasma field is giving free energy. So I thought by myself, if that is true, I will make those balls in my car with plasma energy, to make plasma energy. And a night later, I had an idea to make this one. I saw it in my lucid dream, when I may say so. And it is a kind of vortex. It is from nano-coated copper with copper Gans over it. I think 7 or 9 times I put it in the copper Gans. And it is counterclockwise, because everything is counterclockwise in the Keshe plasma energy. And I follow this morphogenetic field. And there he is again. Because when you are acting against morphokinetic field, it will not work so strong. So, Hunter, go out. Look here. So, with copper Gans. Normally, my car is driving in short distance, 1 liter on 10 kilometers. So, he likes it. I'm so sorry, but it is really too loud. And on the highway, he used to take 12, 1 liter on 12 kilometers. So that was already something more. But then I'm driving 90, 100 kilometers an hour. Slow, that he is not drinking too much.
Sorry for
4 weeks ago, I went to Switzerland, to Germany, and to Holland. So
What's that, Chandler?
Sorry for the question. What's the capacity of the engine? So how many cubic centimeters it has, or how many horsepowers? Or...
Do you have
150 horsepower and two, I think 2
2 liters engine?
It is a 4-wheel drive.
Yes, thank you very much, because that helps a lot. It's a different consumption at a small Honda Jet, which takes 5 liters per 100 kilometers, and a strong BMW, for instance,
Yeah.
with a high power engine.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
together it was about 3,000 kilometers. When I was driving, it was driving about 300, 400 kilometers every day. I was driving not only on the highways, a long time also on secondary ways, roads, and I wrote everything down, the kilometers, the sprit that I took in, and there was a day that I wrote 1 liter on 15 kilometers, 14.78, so say 15. But in all those kilometers, he was taking about 13, 14 kilometers with 1 liter. So I think it is really something interesting to do. I did not work with coils, just with the balls that they can play together, one at the right side. There's my cat again. And one at the left side. They're making this field. Look here, this is the middle. One left, one at the right side. Where is it? I have to search him. Cuckoo. Over there. And now something else really important. I think I did it with bare hands. I made my plasma with bare hands. I made the Gans with bare hands. I touched everything, the nano-coated wire. I did with bare hands. I put it in my copper Gans with bare hands, and etc. And I put, of course, my wish inside. I asked the Gans to make a free energy and to give me more kilometers with 1 liter. All those things I was asking, making this in my car and making this Gans, CO2 Gans. I took CO2 because I'm still a little bit afraid for too strong Gans. So, and CO2, it's the best Gans that I can make till now, till then. In Holland, my friend was driving in my car to her children. And the next day, I stepped in my car to go to Germany, and I saw that the needle was going down very much. And then I said to myself, how is this possible? In 100 kilometers, it is going down like this. It's not possible. And then I realized I put my wish inside. I put my aminos. I see the inside. I put my intention inside. And so it is listening to me. It is not listening to another person. And that's what because the needle was going down so quick, it was not working or something like that. I think when you do this, and some people are driving in your car, not only you, I think you have to use Gans. and to make the Gans neutral. And of course you can put your wish inside and your intentions inside. What do you expect from the Gans? What do you want from the Gans? And but if you're the only driver, of course you can do it, I think, with bare hands. So that's what I wanted to show to you, is that this plasma field, this plasma energy, is already giving 2 till 3 kilometers more with 1 liter of diesel. Thank you so much for your time. Au revoir.
This effect of in a company, when you got flotilla cars that are used by several people, the consumption goes sky high. If you only use your own car, you will normally get economy very much more economy wise in your consumption.
Yes, and it's very hard on a vehicle to have multiple owners, in the sense that everybody wears out particular parts of a vehicle faster than other parts in a different way than somebody else will. So if it has a lot of multiple owners, it can wear out all the parts of the vehicle, because everybody pushes the buttons literally on the vehicle in their own way, which puts a lot of wear and tear on things. So anyway, that was very interesting. Thank you once again, Fransje. You've been very productive in your research here. Thank you so much.
I have one thing to share with you.
Mm-hmm.
Last weekend I followed a Keshe lecture in France, in Le Mans, and I had to drive about 400 kilometers one way and 400 kilometers back. I had a friend in my car and she was driving too, but I asked my Gans and I talked to my Gans and I said I give permission that she's driving my car, and we had the same economic use of the car. It was amazing that that the plasma energy was listening. That it was really really the same economic driving than when I was driving.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right. Any questions or comments for Fransje about that? Okay, I see we have a couple people with their video open. There's Gerhard and what's the other one? I'm not seeing it on my list here, actually. Let me stop the share for now, and I have to get my screen set back up here.
Rick,
Uh-huh.
this is Eva. Hi, Rick. This is Eva. I have sent you a little video clip on your Facebook. I'm not so good at sharing it, from my computer because it's old and lousy, so it's just hacking. So there is a little video about some plates I have made in my Gans pad, and I don't know what is happening with them. Something is growing on them.
Alright, so let me see if I can get that lined up. I've got to put something up in the meantime here, just as a filler, so let me just start my video. There we go. And, okay, so where do I go on Facebook again?
In your own messages.
Oh, okay. Here we are. Okay, so see if I can download it. Probably be the best way to play it. No, didn't like that. Okay. See if I'm trying to find some way to play it so it's not in Facebook with all the ads and all my personal stuff. Can I go full screen? Oh, there we go. Oops, that didn't work either. Okay, I'll have to show it as a small window because I can't. Let me see if I can download it here, perhaps. There. No, I can't download it, so I'll have to just show it the way it is in a smaller size. I can blow it up a bit, I guess. Okay, we're getting there. Just a second. The live stream set up. Okay. Now to share. Alright, I think we're set up there now. So let me start the video. It looks pretty ugly.
There are different kinds in different types of setups. It's all food ganses, but
Okay.
I get the ganses and they are nice and fluffy and stuff. But the plates look like this.
Okay, well let's have a look and see how your setup is here.
I think the question would be, are the plates touching the Gans down at the bottom?
No.
Or is it that the Gans is sort of creeping like the salt water when you leave it for a long time?
It is what?
Creeping. It sort of grows up on the container.
No, I always move my plates up and take away if there comes some salt thingy on the side of the container. I take that away.
It looks very funny the way the Gans sort of attacks your copper plate.
It's not the copper plate, it's the zinc plate. The copper plate is nice and black.
Okay, now are you running?
Color sort of, yeah. Now I get it.
Are you running electricity through the plates?
No electricity. I have sent you a little other picture of how I used to do my setups.
And what's the salt content that you use for the process?
Oh, I use very little. I use about a quarter of a deciliter. I don't know what that is in English.
Teaspoon or tablespoon or something? Is that what you mean?
No, oh, like maybe 4 tablespoons for 1 tablespoon per liter, maybe.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
I cannot see the picture. Is it eaten? Is the zinc plate eaten?
No, something is growing on it.
right. You're not really losing the zinc. You're gaining this other. To me, it looks like an amino acid buildup. Like it looks like a fatty substance more than a Gans. It looks like it looks like basically what would be inside our body, the lymph or some other, fatty layer of the skin or something like that. It looks like an amino acid buildup to me, but
I have that many times on my plate, on my zinc plate, only on the zinc plate.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it in the Gans because I think it is amino acid.
Mm-hmm.
I have it now also with my lead. I made yesterday for the first time lead again. And I have it also on this lead plate. And I take it away from it and I put it in my Gans because I think this is amino acid.
And what do you get on the bottom of your container?
Sorry.
Is she? Excuse me, Rick.
Uh-huh.
Is she making food ganses with the plates?
Yes.
Yeah, mixing in normally you would get CO2 Gans, right? So when you put are you putting food directly in, or are you putting the nano of the food in? In other words, do you treat the food first with caustic or something to break it down, or how are you putting it into the container? You just chop it up, throw it in, or how is it?
Oh, I chop it up and put it in caustic and let it stand to get the small particles in the butter. Clean them out of the caustic, and then I put them over in the Gans skid.
Right, that sounds pretty normal, I think. Or at least there's one technique that seems to be used. So, what other comments about this? What do people think?
It looks as if the salts sort of creep on the zinc, same as the seawater does it. The food ganses do the same, apparently.
Yeah, but it's not salt because I have tried to dilute it in clean water and it stays that way.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like salt. I mean, this looks a bit like salt in this picture, but if you go back to like that doesn't look like salt. It's
reminds me of coral.
Yeah, a little bit. It's just so slimy looking that it's almost like could turn into bone, or it could turn into bone marrow, or it could turn into inner, organs or skin. It's almost like a what do you call it? The stem cell sort of material. That's Here's the basic stem cell of life. Turn it into whatever you like, basically. So I don't know. It's interesting. What if what if your electrode was in the shape of a little man, a little human, and put one of these zinc. Here's an idea. They have little army soldiers that are made out of zinc, believe it or not. You could have one as an electrode and have him be coated with this amino acid. And by God, if the shape is there, the geometry is right, and the amino acids are there, and your intention, you may actually create some little creature. Who knows?
He crawls out of the kid when he's done.
Yes, and goes and makes other kits for you, and you start production in that way. A little food
Be
making
interesting
drone.
if a marine biologist had a look at it. Growing in salt water.
Yes.
It's many of them look like some coral reef animals. They start with a little bubble, and then it makes a hole in itself, like it's a cave in there.
That's right. I wonder what lived in those holes before you disturbed them. Maybe you took out the part that's left over, and the things that were living in the holes are what got washed away in the Gans water. Huh.
Maybe I just should have a setup and let it run for a long time and
Well,
see what's happened.
Quite possibly see what comes out of it, so to speak.
What are you storing those in right now?
The plates or the Gans or what?
The plates that are having that growth on it, are they just exposed to the air right now?
I put them in a little zip bag, a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Just to try to keep them alive, maybe a little bit of CO2 or something like that in case if it's alive.
Oh, but they still grows in the little bag. So
It's already taken what it needs.
Yeah.
Because if I scrape this off and put them in a bag, it's just keep coming back.
Will it grow without the plate?
Yeah, and if I take the plate and scrape the stuff off the plate and put the plate in a bag, the stuff keeps growing on the plates.
What about the stuff you scrape off the plate? Can you put that in a bag and will it grow by itself?
I have not noted. I have not
You
checked
haven't
that
thought
out.
of it. Well, that would be interesting as well. Maybe it'll. Maybe it's self-growing by now.
Is that a zinc plate that you keep scraping off of? Just a pure zinc plate?
Yes.
Yes.
Pure as I can get them, though.
Yeah. Well, as far as any of us scientists at home can do, right?
Yeah.
Good. I grew something too, just like something different, but you don't want to throw it away, and you don't know what to do with it. You just want to keep it.
I keep all my stuff because Mr. Keshe said someday we might use all the stuff we think we just have to throw away.
No,
yes,
don't throw
yes.
anything away. Just keep it. And I think I try to keep everything that I make, at least in preservation, CO2. You know, if I'm not, even in my, even the plates that I make my Gans in, even when I feel that I'm done making now I'm on my third run of different plates, I still just leave the plates in CO2 water, just in case if I got to go back to them. I know, I try to I'm going to reuse them again, but I want them in something so that they have life left in them. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it is nice what you made there, that's beautiful.
It made itself. I just watch over them.
No, your intentions, you made it. It's part of you now. Whatever you did to it, like you said, you used your hands and you touched it, you cared for it. It's you.
Yeah, it's like my new kids.
How much How much would you have interacted with all? Would you have touched all of these materials in order to cut them up and so on, or did you sort of just put them in a blender or something and then dump them in? I mean, did you spend a lot of interaction with the skin on your hands or your body chopping up these vegetables and so on, handling them? Was there a lot of handling time in all of these or some of these perhaps?
Oh, I guess I have handled them a lot, all of them, the plates and the cups they are living in and all that stuff. So
Right.
there's a lot of me in there too, I guess.
Yeah, well, that would be what might be called the seed gans, you might say, it comes off your hands, all the cells and different oils and so on off our body. We're constantly shedding cells, and everything we touch leaves our fingerprints on it, as any detective can tell you. So definitely, like I see tinges, like in this sample here that we see it's mostly white, but there's little sort of tinges of brownish in it and so on, a different quality to the substance, and perhaps the substance provides the basis or the base layer, the base material that your DNA, your Gans gets involved with and is able to grow and start developing these little colonies on it or something. And I'm sort of extending out pretty far here and assuming it's all alive and not just a bunch of guck that's some chemical reaction or something. But that to me seems what's going on. It's that anything could become a life form. That's pretty much the way I envision it, as a startup life form becoming if you look at it in terms of what's called slime, technically called slime, slime, and slime is actually a very evolved material. It's normally, like, if you see like green slime over well, it can actually cover a motor vehicle in this area because it's quite wet here for 6 months of the year, and things will go green in your backyard if you're not using them. It just gets covered with this green slime, moldy kind of stuff that forms because of the pollen and all the materials in the air and the water and so on, the rainwater, and it starts this growth. And it's actually, slime is a very intelligent material that is in communication with the whole organism. So it knows where to move to, it knows how to cover a surface, and it's in communication with its whole skin, you might say. So in the same way that mushrooms can be that way, where the mycelium network underneath the soil can stretch literally for acres. They've found one mushroom, it's all one mushroom too, all the same mushroom basically, that can go for acres, and they found one that was several kilometers long, the mycelium network of one particular mushroom.
So if I use this as food gans to feed other people, they basically eat a little part of me too.
Well, that's where it gets a little dicey, I suppose, yeah. I'm not sure what the ethics are about eating others.
Oh, as long as I stay alive, it's fine by me. Maybe a problem if you are vegetarian then.
Cannibalism is okay as long as the person stays alive. You just eat little parts at a time. Well, in a way, people eat chew their fingernails, and that's sort of self-cannibalism. But yeah, this is interesting. It'd be great to do an actual lab test on some of this material. Like this one in particular looks like a good candidate. send it to a biological lab and ask them if they can do some tests on it to determine what is this substance, what would science say it is.
Yeah, but here in Norway, that will cost a lot of money.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Unless you know someone in university that can run some tests in their fancy machines.
Maybe I can ask
Like
around.
a spectrograph and some sort of high-tech tests like that would be interesting, but maybe just basic biology tests as well. Even just under a microscope might be revealing. Is it growing or is it inert? Like growing in an organic, life sense? Or is it growing just because of the chemical interaction?
No, like I said, if I leave it in a bag, it's still growing.
Mm-hmm.
Just not as fast as in the salt water, but you see new thingies on it.
Thingies is the word too. Yeah, look at these, like in the center, look at these 6 little bulbs here in the center. It's sort of a configuration, quite interesting.
And that's the one when the bubbles, when they get bigger, they get to be like the hole, like it's a cave.
These bubbles are interesting. That's similar underneath our outer layer of skin. In the inner layers, if you were to rip it open accidentally, you see these what do they call them, like the pustules or corpuscles or something. I think it's corpuscles, but it's basically a sac of material with a membrane that shows up as little sort of bubbles or bumps that are, what's interconnecting. These cells are joined together to form these membranes that are separate little entities that contain the fluids and so on. So everything doesn't pour out at once. If it tears, it ends up breaking some of these bubbles-like forms, and they can leak out, but the other ones seal off the arrangement and so on. All right. Okay, anything else to say about that? That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing it.
You are welcome. I just wonder what it was. So.
Well, I think you've left most people speechless. We haven't had a lot of comment on it.
Yeah, you guys have to make your spaceship so you can come and visit my little crazy lab here.
Yes, it looks like another planet. So we would love to visit with a spaceship.
Well, I'm working as hard as I can to get to your house, so don't worry about that.
Maybe we can meet in the middle because I'm starting to make my own spaceship. I think it will fly. It is nice. So someday I will show you. Right now it's in bits and parts in my garage. So.
Well, speaking of garage spaceship, I found this fellow Justin Smith who has released some pictures, and maybe I could show them. I think they're pretty cool. Let's have a look here. There we go. Okay, let me get up my live stream and the old screen share thingy.
The cool thing is he's making it with steel studs that you can buy at Home Depot.
Oh, you gave it away.
Oh.
I'm going step by step through.
Oh,
Yeah. You spoiler. No, it's true, and
I'll shut my mic now. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. I mean, you start from this rough diagram that might as well be on the back of a napkin or something. But it's thought out. It's just, scratched in and kind of not particularly exact or anything, but there's definitely a concept going on here. And then if oh, I'm not in the correct order, I think. Just a second here. Somehow get mixed up. Okay. Now, actually, next we go to this one, which is he lays out this a little more exact picture on his, looks to be a garage floor. And then we see a little more concrete construction, you might say, here, and that he's laying it out on the floor with tape. And we see the extent of how big it actually is and the measurements. He's actually got measurements, so that's a good thing. And then we see it's starting to get a little more serious in the physicality sort of way with this actual, yeah, that's right, Mark. It's a building beam, what do you call it? Building beam construction from like 2x4s they use in metal buildings construction now.
Yes, steel studs. They're
Yeah.
very cheap and very easy to work with. You can cut them with tin snips, and what a great concept this guy has.
Yeah, it's lightweight but strong for such a floor type structure. And you see he's going through. Now it starts to really take shape here. It actually seems to make sense. It seems to be a strong looking structure and whatnot. You see. And then we see another drawing pops in. What's this all about? Starting to look like almost like a trampoline or something. But what it ends up being is these, which end up going underneath the structure, so now it stands up.
So wouldn't he surmise that when Mr. Keshe told us that the platform needs to be up?
Good point.
Remember,
Good
like,
point. Yep, he's already at the already elevating before even putting in the power supply. So that's pretty cool. And you see, yeah, just the final picture that shows him as a happy camper that he's made his spaceship frame in his garage. Basically, comes right down to it. And then I wish maybe I'll get Justin to speak with us next time around. I'll try to get that set up. But briefly, he's got. I'll have to get back here. Yeah, there we go. I'll just set it up. Do a new share. Yeah, so basically, not sure if that's sharing properly. There we go. Yeah, basically he's got, this is his reactor setup, so he's got a control system. You can see these motor controls and so on, and then this is what it looks like. So he's got actually a three-core reactor. You can see a tiny one, a medium one, and a larger ball in the center of the arrangement here. Sort of a traditional three-core reactor, if there's any tradition with little balls like this. Sure isn't really, but here's another view of it. So it looks like he's able to control each of these balls independently, which is a nice feature. I'm also working on that myself, actually. Something very similar. And that's what he's planning on using, I believe, in his as his core reactor. Or maybe there's a series of these. I think maybe he's got 8 of them or something. I forget now exactly how that goes. That's why we need to be able to talk to him about it. So anyway, that's a nice teaser for next time around. Maybe he's flying by now. I'd be jealous. Then we'd have to rename the group the Keshe Flying Reactor Group. And everybody would have flying reactors that we would show. Well, hopefully we'll. I think we are getting closer, and I know that we're getting closer and closer to that point. And once we have more of these self-sufficient generators, I'm sure that'll make a huge difference in what's going on that way too. Okie dokie. What else? What else do we have lined up here? Anything in particular? Questions or comments from people? Time is ticking by. Roughly.
Rick.
Same time. Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Fung.
Hi. Hi, Fung.
Can I ask you some kindergarten stuff? Because I'm trying to control my motor. It's a 12 volt and 24 volt.
Okay,
Just
great. Do you have anything you want to show, a picture or something, or not?
Yeah. Maybe can I share the camera?
Sure. I think you can go ahead and do that, and I can bring it up.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh.
Here, I'll ask to start video. Maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Okay, we have something coming through. Good, yeah. I'll get you pinned up. There we go. Okay, we can see your picture in the video. Hi. I don't think we met before, have we?
No.
Is this your first time on the group here?
Yeah,
okay.
that's the first time.
Hello.
Can I? Hello.
That was Mark. He likes to greet everyone.
Okay, now
okay.
I can see you. I can see myself.
Oh, there. I'll spotlight the video. There we go.
Okay. Now, this is the motor. Can you see?
Yes.
Actually, it's like that.
Right. It's a fairly big brushed DC motor, correct?
Yeah, it's a DC motor.
It's from
operate on 12 volt and 24 volt.
Okay.
So this is just a holder, nothing.
Right.
Okay, can you see that?
Yep. Yep.
So just put it in. So because there's the hole here, I can screw it on the table.
Okay.
So it becomes a reactor.
Yep.
And then this fan, I took it off from a toy fan here.
Mm-hmm.
This one.
Mm-hmm.
So with the controls and all that. But when I first try to run this motor, this whole thing flies off. because it's really fast. I think when it's run at 12 volts, it is about 10,000 RPM. So when running at 24 volt, it will be over 20,000 RPM.
Yeah, there's no way that it would
So-
stay. Yeah.
So I didn't fasten this knob here, so that's why the holding flies off. And now let me see. I turn it on. Got to be very careful.
Yeah, that's not too advisable.
It is on. You see,
Uh-huh.
it is at 12 volts.
Right.
If I increase it with this thing, is 15. Can you hear the sound?
Yeah.
It's 16, 18, 19, 20, and all the way to 24. So it's like it's very scary.
Yes, that's right.
So I wonder
Yeah.
if I can run the motor at less speed, let's say 6 volt or 3 volt.
Okay, what the motor come out of? A drill or something like that?
No, I just bought it online.
Okay. Is it made for 12 volts or it can run on 12 or 24 volts? Is that what they advertise it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if it was just made for 12 volts and you run it on 24, that'd be overstressing it. But if it's made for 24 as well, then it's made to go up to a certain RPM. Now, the thing is, what do you want to spin, first of all?
Suppose if I want to reduce the speed and control from 0 volt to 12 volt, is that possible?
Well, you might have something. Well, it's a bit of an issue to control a bigger motor like that. Like for example, there's what's called a ESC, electronic speed control, for model airplanes and model cars and so on. And in fact, I was out shopping for one today and so on. They look like. Batch of stuff. Here we go. The speed control. Let me just spotlight my video briefly here. Looks like something like this, and it's got wires that would go to your motor and wires that go to the battery, and there's an off-on switch, and this one has a remote wireless control for one of these kind of things that you can wirelessly control your motor with, okay, which they use these on the little model cars that race around on the ground. So that's one way of controlling a motor like that, but you're a lot better off with some simple method. And for example, you could have something I've used for a motor about that size is a switch, an automotive heater switch. You can buy them at a automotive place or sometimes at a hardware place. It'll be like, it'll have 3 or 4 positions: a low, medium, high, or else 4. It's usually off, low, medium, and high. So it's got 4 positions, and you can control. You could have 12 volts going into it, into the switch, but it would give you the equivalent of maybe 3 volts, 6 volts, and 12 volts out of your low, medium, and high switch. And they're available fairly cheap, and they have little resistors inside. It's made for the blower, for the heater in your car, and you get it to substitute for old cars and that sort of thing. You can get it for trucks and cars as a separate little heater switch. That's one way to control it. Another way would be through a switch on a drill, like the trigger switch on a drill. So you have a variable speed, and then you could you could have a little screw set up on the trigger switch to just push it in and adjust it to the RPM that you wanted to through the switch. That's one easy way to do it. What's another way? It's hard to find like a variable switch, with a knob. You think you'd have a little box, but you can order it through the internet, but they're not all that easy to find and just get it's called a variable resistor, and because it has to be a fairly strong one with strong coils inside for the resistance, otherwise it'll burn up. That little motor would take quite a bit of power to run it because it's such high energy. Basically, there's a lot of force behind that. So the question would be, I suppose, what RPM do you want to run it at? What are you planning to run with it? How big of a ball? Because that makes a big difference as well. And what's your concept for your reactor as to what RPM it needs? Why do we need RPM in a reactor, for example? Can you talk about that a little bit, about your ideas?
Yeah, because I can use this toy stuff and place it here. So I have a reactor.
Right. Okay. So that globe.
I can use something like this, a toilet football, and clamp to here. So I can also make one. So I can make 3 a stacker.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So.
So the only thing is that I know how to control it. I saw something called PWM.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's what I showed before with this setup here. Let me just spotlight again. With this kind of setup, you can get the. It's a PWM. It's called an ESC, which is electronic speed control, but it works off of PWM technology for these. In this case, it's a brushless motor, and it's got 3 poles to the motor. It runs a little.
So it's a simulated 3-phase.
Yeah, basically it's like a 3-phase, and in my case I've got this little motor here. That's it's called an outrunner motor, where the whole case of the motor rotates, and it's got 3 leads that go into it. It plugs right into my unit here, and once it's turned on, it communicates with the receiver, and it's supposed to go around. This one isn't working properly, so I need to replace it, but it's pretty special. These are very powerful small motors, these brushless motors, quite nice. But you can also get somewhere around here, I've got a brush motor. It's like yours, it's just smaller. It's got 2 leads that come off of it, and I've got a bunch of the same. Oh, there it is there. So this is similar to your motor. Oh, let me get it up on the live stream so that people can see. Sorry. There we go. So this is similar to your motor, right?
Yeah.
2 leads coming out of it.
Yeah.
And this case, it goes to this PWM, or ESC as it's called. PWM is pulse width modulated, and this is ESC, the electronic speed control. So what happens is, again, this just plugs into a battery here, and it's got an off-on switch here, and it's actually got the leads that have to go to a control unit of some sort. So it's the control unit that's the issue with all this. It's good to have the speed control for the motor, and what that does is it allows the pulses of energy to go into the motor, rather than just a rush of DC current that has to get limited in some way. So it gives pulses rather than a continuous current, and that way it's able to give short but intense current bursts, and it's easier on the motor and easier to control and whatnot. but we do have to control this whole unit with something, and that something could be this little receiver, like this receiver, or something else which goes to a wireless arrangement like this, or this is for a model car. You could have some sort of a throttle for a model airplane that could work, or you could have it for a model railroad car, that kind of system. And I'm looking into hooking this up to my computer so I could just control it from the computer, control the RPM of the motor from the computer, which is actually preferable to me, to be able to notate it, to actually log the RPM, to log the temperature, to log the voltage and amperage. That can all be done with some of these programs that activate this circuit through your computer. Basically, it's just
it's more sophisticated.
Yeah, it's a little more sophisticated, but it's, in the long run, it can be simpler for maintaining this kind of stuff if you're running it every day. But for your system, you want to keep it simple, right? So now the thing is, with yours, you're going to have to keep the RPM down, because those balls are going to be very hard to completely balance exactly right, and it's a large radius. And the larger the radius, the more the force on both the inside of the ball when it's rotating at a certain RPM, and the greater the whole inertia of the thing becomes as well with the greater the radius. So you got a couple of pretty big ones there for that system. You probably wouldn't want to go any more than a couple thousand RPM or something like that safely with that kind of system. I've got like balls like this one that I'll be spinning. I'm going to try to get this up to as much as 10,000 RPM, but it'll be dicey. It's very thin material, but quite strong, and it's not like acrylic. It doesn't break so easily, but it's a little dicey, let's say. I'm going to have, this will be in a full protective arrangement that I'm building actually here. So I've got my parts inside because I've had it apart today. But this is a polycarbonate box, which is literally bulletproof. I've taken a hammer to it and hit it as hard as I can with a hammer, and it won't break it. If it was acrylic, it would shatter immediately. So this will be inside. I've got my little motor here that I had mounted on the top here, and this whole ball arrangement was mounted inside like that on the shaft, and so I just had it apart for maintenance here. So once this is all set up and this clamps down so the back, and it'll keep all the parts inside if something comes apart. And I'll even have a drain tube here into a canister, so when all the fluids explode, it'll be able to drain into one place safely without spreading all over the room and all over me and my computer and stuff like that. So depends how serious you want to go to build. Even just build a box like that, you're probably talking about $100 of materials just to build a box like that, or maybe more, depending, or it might cost $150 to put it together for having someone build it for you or something. So it's a bit of an investment for most people. I've also got
what's the material of the box, you said again?
It would probably be like well, you could probably buy the material for maybe $50-$60 Canadian, so maybe $50 American or something like that for the polycarbonate. It's fairly expensive. It's about, I think, 2 or 3 times more expensive than the acrylic, which is already better than glass, but acrylic is very fragile. I don't recommend it for any high RPM action or any kind of protective barriers. Most of the little globes, I don't think I have one handy here right now,
Yeah,
but
I know some factories, they're actually manufacturing the spheres using polycarbonate.
Where?
In China, some factories.
Yeah, I'm in touch with a factory actually in the last couple of days for polycarbonate spheres, and they just got back to me. They want an exact diagram of how I want it so they can custom make one for me. And of course, it's difficult to, custom made costs quite a bit compared to quantity. And most of these Chinese companies, when it comes to these little balls, they actually have a minimum order of a cubic meter of balls.
Yeah.
Like
And
couple thousand or something.
1,000 or 2,000 pieces.
Yeah, they use them quite often for covering like a sort of like a large pool of, say, toxic materials or something you don't want to evaporate, or you want to keep the temperature even or not freeze and so on. You can put these balls on top, and it forms like an insulating layer and protection against sun or the weather and so on and so forth. They have it all figured out. So a lot of these companies sell them literally by the cubic meter, and lots of them. But it's hard to get the polycarbonate. It's only a few companies are doing polycarbonate. There's polypropylene, polyethylene, and you name all the other polys. They're all there, and a bunch of other ones too. But the polycarbonate's kind of special, and but there are a couple of companies that specialize in it and have for 40, 50 years or something, and they're able to do custom parts. I want to get screw threads basically cast into the polycarbonate ball and have it so it's accurate and machined or molded so that it's not wobbly to start with, and then I can just screw on a fitting and have it, go onto a shaft with bearings, and it'll all be reasonably true to start with without having to mess with it too much. It's so important to have the run out, as it's called, which is if we look at let me just a second here. I'll hook up. Oops, no. Just see if this works. There's my other camera, and it's set up on my ball arrangement here. So if I was to rotate this, then the run out, let's see if I have something solid I can put. Well, I'll just point it out instead. Well, let's say this is a pointer here. So if we were to show this, the run out, let me put it on this side. No, it's better on the other side. The run out would be the distance between the ball and this stick as it's rotating. It's hard for me to hold the stick steady there, but you might be able to see. I've got the run out pretty good on this, but it still has a little tiny bit of wobble. And you can do things like put a marked paper in behind so you can see the actual run out. Another way to do it is you can actually have a dial meter, what's called a
tachometer.
No, this is a deal like this. So it's got a magnetic base and so on. It's kind of actually I could set it up here, I think. I should have it on a different base, but this will give the effect of how to do it. Just take me a second here to get things kind of lined up. Well, it's on a shifty surface here, but well, you can sort of see the idea there. I don't have it zeroed in, but I'll show you what happens as this goes around. You see how the meter ticks over?
Yeah.
And then let's see if we get this to work right.
So if it's not at the center,
yeah, I think it's well, the whole bottom thing is moving instead of the meat. Okay, I think it'll work there, sort of. Yeah, it's a little hard for you to see there, but it's got a couple, maybe 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of run out, basically, we call it. So it goes in and out as the sphere goes around. I have to make it more stable and so on to make it more to get a real reading off it. But this is the idea. This little rod here on the end. Oops. This rod here in the end makes the meter go around, and you can measure in quite accurately that way. So with the right setup, that's another way to measure the run out, what's called the run out, which is basically the wobble, the back and forth wobble. I'll just show you I can turn this on. I'll just run it really slow. Okay, you can see the wobble there. Now, it's actually got a little more wobble up here. You can see it against my finger there, as compared to down there, which is actually pretty good in the main sphere area, which is the area of interest. So this sphere is pretty good. It's just got a basic kind of funkiness on the upper part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not too bad. So that means when I rev it up, it runs fairly smooth and true. When I really rev it up, it vibrates. And it starts to do a little kind of thing where the whole thing starts rotating and whatnot. But it's not too bad, and it'll pass through certain vibration structures as it straightens out and smooths out, depending on the liquid inside and so on. And so basically it's quite important not to have much run out, especially if you have not much in the way of bearings or small shaft and so on. Like in your system there, it'll be hard to get it. Well, we have two factors. One is the run out, how much wobble it has, and the other factor is the balance. Is the whole thing in balance, or is there something sticking out on one side that makes it off balance and so on? Maybe the materials inside are dried up and causing it to be out of balance, or whatever. There's different factors involved depending on your particular object that you're rotating around. Some of the toys aren't always consistent that way. They weren't made to be rotated at high speed. But either was this lab flask, you know. So we have to sort of adapt to it. And so I fine-tuned this system, and I've had this lab flask up to probably 10,000 RPM or something. I wouldn't recommend anyone to do that, and it's dangerous, and that's why I've got a protective system like this thing that I can put over. This is a polycarbonate. Again, this is a bulletproof tubing basically that I can put over the whole arrangement to protect myself for high-speed experiments, or at least have a protective shield on the front part of the. At least have a protective shield I could put against the whole thing here and drop it down of polycarbonate again, and that would keep. Then I can view it from this angle and not get splattered by glass and Gans and toxic stuff or whatever. Some people have acids in their cores. Some people have base, like caustic, and others have who knows, different combinations of stuff you don't really want, like, you know, lead Gans, you know, rotating at high speed, like actual lead Gans, not just the Gans water, and then poof, suddenly it's all over your lab. That would be not the best, or other, you know, radioactive or something, who knows. But yeah, so the idea is containment is important for some of these experiments. If you're under 1,000 RPM, then you're probably not going to get hurt too bad unless it's a glass structure, which is not recommended anyways for rotating. It comes right down to it. This is heavy duty lab glass, not just regular lab glass, and it's the borosilicate type glass and so on. I wouldn't normally do that with any kind of glass container, so it's almost like steel in terms of its strength. So you have to know your system and know what toys you're playing with, essentially. Could we have a look at your spheres again there, Fung? Maybe
Which one?
you had, oh yeah.
Yeah, a whole lot of them.
Well, let's have a look at what you plan on spinning, and we could just have a comment. I could comment about them. Or you had one there. You had the float ball.
I spent almost half a year to look for these spheres.
Yeah.
You know, way back in May, I got the motors already.
Yeah.
I got this
yeah.
spheres already.
Okay, that's a nice one. Now the disadvantage of that and the other one, of course, they're not clear, so you can't see what's going on inside of them. And that's where that one's a little nicer. I was going to say, now this sphere is probably an acrylic, and it seems pretty strong, but if you were to like smash it against your desk, it would probably break it and crack it. So if you go at high RPMs with it, chances are it might not be too happy.
Yeah.
I think I've got something very similar here. Let's see.
I also got some soft rubber.
Is this
when you fill them up with water?
Is this one like yours? Sorry, is this one like yours? I think I.
Yes.
It lights. If I put batteries in, yeah. I just need to put batteries in, and mine will light up too. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, mine doesn't make noise, but it's very similar. Yeah, and then there's another one like this one as well. Oh, it's too dead to light up, but similar. It goes around. It's got these little balls that go around with it. So yeah, these things, and this is actually pretty tough. It might be able to take a high RPM and not fall apart.
If you use those soft plastic, then it would be much safer. I don't know where to put it now. It's also like 3 cm or 4 cm, but it's just soft plastic.
Right. Yeah.
Or when you fill it up with water and then you expand and it takes the shape.
Yeah. These are somewhat soft as well. You can actually push them in with your finger and so on, and they've become available recently. It's a nice big hole to be able to put another sphere inside quite easily, and it seems to seal fairly well. There's two different qualities of these. One has a deluxe base with an O-ring seal and is a little more heavy duty, and then this is a cheaper version, but the top part, the plastic seems to be the same. So it'd be interesting to see. I'm going to do tests on this and see exactly how much RPM it'll take before explosion. So maybe I'll arrange that for next week's meeting, and we'll do a high-speed test and just see how much it'll take. 10,000. I hope to have the setup to be able to go up to 20 or 25,000 RPM, which I'm pretty sure will mean destruction for one of these. It'll split before then, so it'll be water all over, and it'll be a good test for the containment system as well. But people need to know.
Those stainless steel toilet float ball,
and
it won't break.
Well, here's a copper one like you were talking about, and I've got actually you mentioned stainless steel. And I got one here somewhere. Just a second, see if I can find it. What did I do with that one? Oh, I think oh, there it is. Here's your stainless steel float ball. And it's got a nice little hole in one end here that didn't actually go through inside, but I drilled it through to make it go inside. And it's threaded. Yeah. It's made to go on a rod, like for the float to go on the, you know, to... Yeah. Whoops, I wasn't showing it on the live stream. Just a second here. Just a second while I get set up. Sorry, I wasn't showing it on the live stream, so I have to pin it. I'll show it again. This is the stainless.
And it's quite cheap.
There's the hole there that you can actually set it on. And it's pretty sturdy and so on. But what do you do with it? You just can't see what's going on inside, so that's what frustrates me. Here's another float ball, a nice big copper one. Wow. That you can get off the internet.
It's got to be
it's
6 inches.
It's nano coated. Yeah, it's just over 6 inches. And I threaded this for it's like a use it in lamps and that kind of thing, a threaded hollow tube, so that I can put bearings around and still be able to inject things inside while it's rotating. It's pretty cool, but again, you have to know exactly what you're doing in terms of what you expect out of your reactor when you put stuff in here. You know, you have to know what's going on, because you won't be able to tell except by measuring something on externally, maybe temperature or fields generated and so on, which makes the transparent ones so much more tempting. So what I'm planning on doing is getting a good polycarbonate ball about this size, and another one the next appropriate size, and then the smallest one inside of that, and have them built specifically so they'll fit my apparatus, and sort of a universal fit for apparatuses, and so they fit inside each other and can all be independently operated. And a super tough polycarbonate, maybe you know, up to a 1/4 inch even polycarbonate, but at least somewhere between 1/8 and 1/4 inch, and that would be very strong and would be able to take probably up to maybe 30,000 RPM or maybe even more, I figure.
Wow. You know, at 10,000 RPM is already very scary.
It's very, very scary. I can tell you, I've run little Tesla turbines made out of CD discs and magnets at up to 20,000 RPM, and it gets really scary at about 12,000 RPM. That's when the sound changes, and all of a sudden this thing that was just starts going, and you know, like, whoa, this is really, if this thing comes apart, it's gonna make quite a mess. And yeah, it's I've had some fun with that.
Okay.
Yeah, so well, actually, now that we've mentioned that, maybe I could pop on one of my videos that shows the really scary high RPMs of the Tesla turbine, because it's kind of the topic here in a way. Just give me a minute to find things here. Let me see here.
By the way, when I use the clamp to measure the current, it's only like 0.1 amp. I don't know if I got the reading correct or not.
0.1 amps at
Yeah.
12 volts or 24?
Both 12 and 24 is also.
Yeah, that's probably about right. That would be around 2 or 3 watts. Well, I would. That's sort of just idling for that motor. You could put a load on that motor, and it would start drawing more amperage. Because once you start putting a load on, then it suddenly that's when it's basically idling. Even with that little fan on there, it's not that much load for it. Let's see, I'm looking for. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is one of my classic videos. Let me see. I think there's some audio that I can't put on, but okay. You set this up. Okay, and okay, share the screen. And let me see if there's music. I have to make sure. I don't think there is. Okay. So this is 2 high-speed runs with the Tesla CD turbine with a magnetic disc pack. I used to make turbines, Tesla turbine. Just briefly, the Tesla turbine was Tesla's, what he thought was his greatest invention. It was his most favorite, and he thought it would obsolete all the oil-burning engines of the world, essentially, all the engines of the world, and he thought it was really special. So I built Tesla turbines out of CD discs and magnets in between the discs, and this is what it looked like here. Anyway, let's just play it and we'll see. Okay, I'm just having a little problem with the, okay, there, I had to share the computer sound. It wasn't coming through. Sorry about that. Let's try that again and see if we can get the sound to come through. Okay, Tesla CD turbine. This model has the disc pack with magnets that are glued as separators for the disc, and let's just see how it runs here. This is a 6-bladed type Tesla CD turbine. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're going to rev up the Tesla CD turbine here and just see what kind of a run we can have. See how smoothly it runs. Not bad. Okay, so that's
I
really
believe
whoa.
in getting rich.
No,
I believe in people.
He doesn't want to get rich. Okay, so that was basically it. It was kind of fun, and I did some other tests, high-speed tests with it as well. But yeah, the point being, it gets kind of scary at those high speeds, and whether it's a turbine with discs or a rotating globe with stuff inside, and we have to be careful. It's fun, but play careful out there and have protection. Polycarbonate works, acrylic doesn't, and try to find some way to protect yourself, some sort of barrier, even a piece of plywood, and use a video camera like I did here as a to do your close-up observations, and that way you can keep away from it. And it's helpful actually to have a remote control, I find, so I can operate things from a distance and again not have to be right up close to it. But everybody has different techniques they use and different tools and toys they combine and play with in order to make these things rotate and work properly. Most of us aren't under an unlimited budget or extreme lab conditions, so we have to make do with what we have, and sometimes simple toys can be taken apart to provide the right parts. You know, some of these little toy racer things for a few bucks, or you get them at the Salvation Army or some sort of recycling place these days, and you can take the guts out of the little toy and end up having a full control system for a rotating globe arrangement. Okay, what else we got here? Thanks a lot for bringing that up, Fung. That was quite interesting, and good luck with your projects there. Hopefully we answered some questions. Do you have any more questions about that, or how is it?
Yeah, I got the answer already. So I'll
Okay.
look for a speed control. What electronic speed controller. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you can go that way if you wish. That means you have to have some sort of thing like this or some other manual control that hooks into the electronic speed control, either through your computer or there might be an auxiliary module. I haven't found a proper one yet that can actually control the motor through the ESC separately without having to have the radio control. So that's a bit of a challenge, but that can be, that's part of what can be done. Otherwise, you have to go to like a low, medium, high heater switch, heater blower switch they're called, or some other rheostat type switch that's kind of heavy duty. You can look up DC motor control on the internet as well. Alibaba and other places have DC motor controls for 0 to 60 volts or whatever. You can have any voltage go into it you want, and it'll control your voltage out to your DC motor. And that's basically all you need. You just have to get one that's rated for that motor. which is probably around, I'm guessing, maybe 100 watts or something like that, maybe even a bit more than 100 watts from that motor. That means somewhere around 10 amps, 10 to 20 amps probably would be the kind of range of the controller, depending on how you set that up. Okay, Mark is showing his video here. That must mean he's ready to say something there. Hey, Mark, what do you got going this week?
Well, I don't jump in front of Lee first.
Well, Lee is
very unlucky that I go in front of the guy that goes first.
Well, Lee already did his thing, but he said he would come back toward the end with something as well. But so feel free to jump in if you wish, or whatever.
Okay.
I'll let you guys duke it out.
No. Well, we have to at least say hello to Alex. He's here. Mario, Sander, Alper. Hi.
Yeah, everybody has good things to contribute, no doubt about it.
And Mario, I mean, I don't want to go in front of any of them.
Well, are you trying to be Canadian here? It's after you. No, after you. No, after you. No, I insist, after you. And you end up standing in front of the doorway all day instead of going through. And then when they finally go through, bang, they both go through at once, and then they bump into each other and they say, "Oh, sorry, excuse me. Oh, sorry, excuse me." And this is the Canadian way. We're all like, "Sorry, excuse me," all the time. and then we go and visit Europe, and we're like shocked and surprised that the Polish folks don't say, excuse me and sorry all the time. They just, state what's happening and don't go there.
Well, I live in Detroit. I'm just across from the river. We're so my mother's half Canadian.
Yeah.
We have to be polite. That's just the way we are. That's the way we're taught. Hello there. I'm sorry. Hi, Alex.
All right. Well, show what you got there, Mark, and be American and show what you got.
Get it, American. I'm gonna get in there like an American, right?
Yeah.
Well, where do we want to start? We know the Gans. I'm working on my Gans. I'm very happy with the Gans processes I have, on the background. But this week was mechanical for me. Each week is a different week. How we process our thoughts. Certain things come to us, and we just have to work and engineer things. So the engineering part and the working part was this week for me. So let's see here. Let's forget about the Gans and let's go right to the fun stuff. Okay. Last week I just showed you this unit here was the, the MagRav unit, top and bottom, and then the inverted MagRav unit. And then these are the mini MagRav units that we were talking about that I worked on and I thought about and blah, blah, blah. And so, there are different pieces that go along with it. These are the feeders. That would be the lead, CH3, CuO, and CO2. And then these are the mini MagRav coils. And, I already showed you the input for all these on that, because this has been a development for me for months and months and months. So, this is how we start, and this is the feeders. So they sit on here, and I always kept thinking, these have to be in a rotating, be able to rotate. Everybody's going in a sphere, with the plastic balls. Those plastic balls scare the hell out of me, to tell you the truth. How that. So this way, all I'm going to get hit with is maybe a plastic tube and a little bit of copper, and everybody's putting the material, our Gans materials, in the plastic balls. So like I told you a couple of weeks ago, instead of for me doing the balls, at least these I have the interaction of me being able to control what I want to put in the middle of the maggrav units. So I have the ability to interchange everything, you know, with the larger ones for the feeders, CH3, CUO, and CH3 or CH3, CUO, and CO2. I can interchange them with these small units that I'm making. So that was my design. You know, I might be going a little bit faster than, you know, I want to still let everybody know that I'm still, these are all ideas that I've put together through the last year of everything that I've learned from the Keshe Foundation. This is not my idea at all. I had nothing to do with any of this. I'm a painter from Detroit. So you know what I'm saying? I didn't set out to make any of this happen. It just came to me with intuition of listening to Mr. Keshe and everybody else, all the input. This is my my creation of the ability to listen to everything that was going on. And I don't want to take any credit for it because it's more important for the output than the input.
Oh, that's just your Canadian side coming out.
Sorry. So let me move a little faster. So in the beginning here.
Stories in a row makes you totally Canadian. Go ahead. sorry.
So as you can kind of, you know, now that you're everybody's kind of looking at this, you know, I want these to move in a free motion.
On little motors, or how did you get the free motion there? What bearing did you use? Or are the motors or bearings, or what do you got there?
Oh, see, I jumped in for the thing that you had, the Smith presentation. Now you're jumping in on me.
I want to know.
Hear that, Rick? This, I have to let you know that this is real. It was a lot of thinking on my part that I had to. This has to be a free moving external because I have a theory behind all this. So this was my beginning theory, or actually I should say that this was my beginning theory of, you know, the open theory of it. And yes, there's motors here. Ha ha ha.
Okay.
We'll get to that. But this was my open idea of being able to put the pods inside, and then, you know, with the external.
They're like a little
CH3, you know, and it still treat the. This is still a good idea, but I'm moving on from that. Okay, so we'll just rotate this, you know. So I wanted this to move. This was my first thought. I wanted this to move. So as we keep on moving around, I kept thinking, well, we have to keep moving and keep. Mr. Keshe wants us to move the energy inside everything. These mini magravs are self-sufficient because they have like we talked before, they have their own ability to feed each other with the feeders from each unit, you know, from the outside. These are just separate coils, you know, these are just separate coils here. If I just took this one off here, these are separate outside coils here that hold each unit. Okay, so that'll be your lead, that would be your CH3, CUO, and CO2. Those would be your pods that go inside that hold that. Okay, so, and then here now is your maggrav unit, which is your gravity, magnetical and gravitational units inside each other, wired together so that you can get your pulse going, and then you place that on there, and now these are wired in so that they're feeder units. Like I was telling you a couple of weeks ago with the paper, you want your longest points away from each other so that they feed each other away from each other. So I'll go a little faster. So I kept thinking, well, we got to move it, right? Let's move a little bit here. So let's have a little fun here. I wish, let's see. So like I was saying last week, if we looked at my diagram, your left and right hand wants to feed into the unit, into your MagRav unit. And each one of your unit will actually start to, well, I'm hoping that they'll create a plasmatic energy field for each one because they're at a different level, and we keep on wanting to move it. Now these are at a slower pace, so I kept thinking, well, we got to keep moving this. I got to move it a little bit faster, right? So these are just little battery units, which is like 6 volts. Can everybody see what I'm doing right now?
Yeah, that's a good point. And in fact, for Fung, that's something that should have been suggested, is just have a small battery unit, and that way you keep your RPMs down, and you don't need an adjustable control and so on. You just hook it up to a battery unit, and away you go. You got your RPMs set that way, until your batteries run down, of course. But you can always
exactly. So then, like you were saying, Rick, you could buy these little resistors, that these power resistors, these flow resistors.
Yeah, they're called a potentiometer is the technical term, a variable resistor. And they'll work for small motors, but they'll burn up for anything that's like as big as the one that Fung has. Probably wouldn't work. But it probably would work for the little ones you have there at the slower speeds.
Yeah, so I started thinking about going, I'm thinking, well, this isn't very much because this is it, right? So I kept thinking, and then I brought this into my thought process. Do we have time to do what I do? Or do you want somebody else? I could actually set it up it takes me a few minutes to set up what I got to do. And maybe somebody else wants to talk and we can come back and we can go again. But you kind of get my concept as kind of what I'm trying to get towards here. If anybody has any questions before I go to this to the next level.
Oh, we definitely want to see stage 2 here and taking it to a whole other level for sure. So, go ahead with that. And is there anybody that's got any comments or questions? Now is a good time to... Okay, the cat says something to say, that's for sure.
I'm terribly sorry. He's just really desperate me to, play with him.
Do you have some... Alper, do you have some Canadian in you too? You're saying sorry as well.
Oh, it's so good.
No, you don't have to be sorry for the cat. I'm just trying to interpret what the cat's trying to say. It's like Mark brought up some stuff, and then the cat's like saying, well, it's like he's saying it's either a different point of view or
I know.
Something there.
It was on time. Very good. Yeah, thank you. I just have one question. The middle bit in the structure, is that nano-coated? Or it's just it's going to be nano-coated later on, or that's just the part in the middle of the structure and coils. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, it absolutely will be nano-coated, just like the one in the background. You can't really see it; it's kind of dark.
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it pretty good, actually. Yep. Your video is really good today.
Because I'm just trying to this is all manifested in my head in the last 2 weeks.
That's wonderful.
But not really, because these motors, these little gearboxes, I bought back in April, and I didn't know why.
Well,
so now here we are in November, and I'm putting it's a beautiful thing how things come to you, and I didn't know why I bought them when I did, but I bought them. I bought them because I bought them, and they're only $13, and they're a gear ratio. And when I get them, when we get to the next level here, when I get it all hooked up, we're gonna be amazed. I was totally amazed as to what manifested itself from here. Well, I don't mean to do that, Rick, but well, you can see the potential. Oh, I don't think I could get it up with the gear ratio the way it is, but when you see the way it goes at maybe 2,000 RPMs, we're gonna go like, holy cow! I think you'll feel the fields through the camera, because when I'm standing next to it, now I'm calm now, and I don't want to say too much, and I've only ran this test a couple of times, and I'm only imagining what Mr. Keshe tells us, what could happen when we, like he just told us in 45 that you want to mix the proton or the electron, the proton, and the neutrons they're all around us. So now I have a potentiality of those electron, proton, and neutrons in all of these. They have all of the potential inside of one another. And if we just move the potential of the movement towards the core is what I'm hoping for. And there's more in the core. I mean, I haven't got to, this is the outside of it. And I can't even explain to you what I have in my head for the inside production. I have some questions that I'm a little worried about making what I'm going to make to make the inside work, but we'll get to that eventually. But anyway, I don't want to take anybody, Mario, Vivek, Sandor, anybody, Alex, please take your time to talk. I got about 10 minutes. I got to do a little 10-minute worth of work here. It's not that important. It's just a theory and theoretical stuff here, but we're to a point now where we're moving things. So I need some help here. I'm just a lonely guy in Michigan in the dungeon, and I got a lot of ideas, but I got some stuff moving now.
Yes, that's right.
We'll ponder the thought, and we'll come back, and we'll go to the next phase.
Okay.
It's looking very, very neat and very good, actually.
Yeah, I like
really
it.
Proper.
Even at this speed, it looks very good. It seems that this could be the right speed for it. It's a very similar speed and looks like the Tibetan Buddhist prayer wheels that they rotate. A prayer wheel that's a little wheel on a pivot and you hold it in your hand and it runs around, and supposedly it says the name of God every time it rotates, or you say the name of God. It's a reminder. And it's like it looks like this little being that's got two of these prayer wheels standing there. And the more I look at it, the more it looks like kind of a little snowman being or something with the two prayer wheels. It's
Well, you got to
great.
remember it. Once I'm done, I'm going to have 4 of them doing the same
Yeah.
thing at different levels.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
You're not alone, Mark. We're all in your head, and you're in ours.
Yes, that's right. Exactly.
You know, I was just thinking, I don't think it's necessary to increase the speed, because when the plasma takes charge of itself, it's going to maintain a particular speed. So even if it's low or high speed you're running with, it doesn't really make any difference.
That's so
Possibly, yeah. But we may have to have the higher speed, I'm thinking, to activate it first, and then we can lower it down and let it just sit there and you know, sort of get itself together or whatever. I've noticed, for example, okay, let me show. I'll show a little video thing of my system here, and I'll show what I mean by that, just as an example with
And
water.
I'll move to my next phase.
All right, phase 2 coming up. Let me see. I need the video, and I need my other video. That one. And I need to get rid of that, and I need to put this on there, and do that, and pin it on the second screen, and then make it full screen. Alright, there we go. I think that's correct, and now I just, yeah. Alright, you should be able to see the video there, right, of a sphere. Let me, for this test, I'll get this shield out of the way, it's easier to see. I will brave the possibility of explosion here, and to give you guys a better picture. And so okay, now you can see. So what I wanted to show or demonstrate is when I rev this thing up, and you can see it starts to form sort of a depression here. It's almost a V-shaped conical kind of shape. Now as I rev it up more, it forms more and more straight sides. It's no longer a cone, it's now a cylinder inside. And the more it runs, the more it becomes, and especially the faster it runs, the more it becomes a straight cylinder. Okay, and I can even turn things sideways, and it's still a straight cylinder. And note that when I do turn it, how it wobbles a bit to recenter itself. Okay, so what's happening is you can see that there's a little bit of Gans in here, and that's what's created that dark ring across the middle, the Gans ring, the famous Gans ring there, just the little one. So now normally it takes a certain RPM to create this structure, and before it had, like I said, the cone shape or V-shape sort of thing due to gravity and whatnot. So now if I slow down the speed, if I do it gradually enough, I can actually slow it down to a fairly slow speed, and it still keeps the straight sides on the inside there. It's more or less still straight, and it wouldn't do that upon starting it up. It took some time to form that, but once it's formed, it tends to keep its form, is what I'm trying to say. So if we lower it even more, still keeping its shape, even more. Now we're getting a little bit more of a conical shape toward the bottom and so on, but still it's nowhere near it was when it was starting up. And even when I slow it right down, Let's keep in a pretty good shape. I would have to slow it right down. Then it goes into a whole wobble thing, and it gets into a different context. So what I'm saying is maybe it'll take a certain time period at a higher RPM to set the Ganses, to set the plasma, to create the conditions inside where there is the separation of layers, the different layering effect. And then once that's set into place, like for example, if we do that with Gans, if there's Gans in here, it'll set rings in place here. And if you rotate those rings long enough, it'll set them in place, and you can slow it down like this, and it'll still keep the Gans rings in place. So once it's been activated, maybe it'll stay activated even when it's slowed down or perhaps even stopped. But I'm thinking that at least for some combinations, it may require that initial blast to kind of to set things, to establish the conditions of the plasma to start with. And then once the conditions are established, you've actually created that core plasma. Then to maintain it only requires the fields to be self-rotating at that point. So once the structure's slowed down, then you keep the field arrangement. Everything stays intact for what you want to do with it. Just an idea, but something to think about. But you're right, Alex. Maybe it doesn't take, like Keshe's talked about that before, that we used to be, revving up these things. He's talked about his reactors that he's had up to 10,000 RPM, but he found they work better at 2,000 or 2,500 RPM. So
No, but there's just one thing that I can just say when I think about the planets. Well, some of them spins faster than the others, depending on the distance in between them, and they would still get the same reaction. They are not spinning in the same very high speed. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it depends on what you mean by fast, because at the equator of Earth, for example, there's it's rotating at roughly 1,000 miles per hour. If you look at the equator rotating in 24 hours, it's roughly 25 or 24,000 miles circumference. So we're doing about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Of course, if you're on the North Pole, you're basically doing 0. So it depends on where you are, latitude wise. So in that sense, how fast would a sphere of this size be going? How many RPMs would it be going to create that 1,000 miles an hour of the Earth equivalent speed? Well, it would have to be going faster than the speed of sound, and for most materials it will disintegrate the materials before it gets to that speed. We could calculate what that is. It's roughly 1,000 miles per hour, and that's big number divided by 60. Oh geez, I'd have to do some calculating on that, but I think we're into the hundreds of thousands of RPM in order to get the same speed at this radius here. In other words, the speed at this radius, that speed as this is rotating, that skin speed, the surface speed, I should say. So, well, we could work that out quite quickly, but I can't do it in my head right now. Someone can work it out if you want.
It certainly gives
Can
me
I come in here?
a couple of thoughts.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, Mario. But it just gives me a couple of thoughts of how the Earth really looks like inside, Maybe it's not a little ball in there.
Well, that's right, because as we see here, if I was to fill this with more fluid, for example, it would actually be like a rod inside rather than a ball once it's rotating. But what are the speeds toward the core of the Earth? It's much slower centrifugal force. The centrifugal force would be much less because of that. The radius is so great. So that's actually kind of the neat thing about a small sphere like this when it's rotating, is the gravitational force that can be created. Like these things are, if it's going around at, say even 1,000 RPM, that's quite a few G's of force, gravitational. A G is like 1 G gravity. I'm under 1 G gravity right now. Say, if someone weighed, 100 kilos under, kilos is different, that's mass, but our weight is just the instantaneous measurement of one's weight according to gravity. And if I was under 2 Gs, I would weigh double. If I was on a scale and was under a 2G environment instead of 1G, I would weigh double what I do now, or 3 Gs would be 3 times as much. Well, the water inside here, instead of weighing 1 gram per centimeter, let's say, when it's spinning, it could weigh 2, 3, 5, 8, 10 grams per centimeter, pushing out on the walls of this reactor as it's spinning. And there's actually a really great. Let me bring it up briefly because I'd like to show it now that it's come up, and it is important. Okay, let me just get it up here. It's the G-force calculator.
Because I was rotating, I don't have those spheres and stuff, but I was rotating a little bit of a fish tube that I filled completely up with Gans water. And even that made like a cylindric emptiness in the middle.
Oh yes. Okay, so here's the. I think you can see on your screen share there. This is called the. I don't see a good thing for it. I think it's the same. Well, let me just double check on that first here. I have to go back. Maybe this was the one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. So this is a G-force or RPM conversion calculator. And we can put in either the radius, the RPM, or the G-force. And so, for example, if we had 1,000 RPM, I can put that in. And the rotor radius, well, say we had a 40 millimeter ping pong ball. Instead, it's a 20 millimeter radius. That would be 2 centimeter radius. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So, I want to calculate the G-force. Okay, so with a ping pong ball at 1,000 RPM, we have 22 G's force on that outer skin of that from the inside pushing out, basically, on that ping pong ball. So whatever that skin of the ping pong ball, say it's an empty ping pong ball, well, that's the skin which would weigh a certain amount at a certain place. Say on the equator of the ping pong ball, you can measure out a square centimeter of the skin of the ping pong ball. And as that's whipping around, it becomes 22 times the weight that it was that you measured the ping pong ball at. In other words, the ping pong ball becomes 22 times heavier. Not directly, because some parts of it are closer in radius and so on. You have to take an average, and it might be more like 10 G's or something over the whole ping pong ball. But certainly the skin at the equator takes on this 22 G's. Now, if we were to increase, let's say we double that RPM to say 2,000, what happens then? Well, the G-force goes up to nearly 90. So instead of 20, just in a doubling of the RPM, the G-force goes up, from the 1,000, which was 22, up to 2,000 is 90. It's quadrupling, basically, of the G-force. So I think it's the square of the RPM, or is it the... Yeah, I believe it goes up with the square of the RPM. So if we go, for example, to 3,000 RPM, let's have a look at that. Then we're up to 200 Gs. And let's say we go all the way to 10,000 RPM. Okay, then we're at over 2,000 Gs force. So if that ping pong ball weighed, say a gram, I think it weighs more than a gram, but say it did weigh a gram, then it would weigh 2 kilograms, equivalent in G-force.
Certainly explains the strange sounds from my Dremel tube.
Right. So, you take a Dremel and go up to 30,000 RPM, and all of a sudden you're up to 20,000 G's force. Now let's have just as a comparison, let's have a look at some of these centrifuges, which is what this equation was sort of set up for originally. And they mentioned the radiuses that the centrifuge can handle, and then the maximum RPM, and then the maximum G-force at that RPM. And let's look at this first one here, 95,000 RPM and 148,000 G's force. So imagine how much pressure that would be on your system, and on on even a drop of water. That much force pushing it to the walls of the container is incredible. Like, that would be the equivalent of being very, very deep in the ocean. Maybe there isn't even an ocean that would be able to create that kind of pressure. I'm not sure if how that works. It's half a pound per square inch per foot, but I'm not sure how that works out in terms of a couple of miles of ocean. But and some of these other ones are even more. They go up to over 100,000, and some of them 120,000 RPM, and so on, with different radiuses, give them different qualities in terms of the forces involved. Just sufficient to say that these centrifuges work under enormous G-force conditions, and that's what they do. They use the G-forces to separate out materials. It's all about the separation, and that's what we're interested in the initial setup of these reactors. That's what it's all about in the patents, the initial Keshe patents that came out from the famous patent EP 177077178, which right off the bat shows on the patent picture these separate layers, gas layers in this case, with argon, neon, and helium, and hydrogen, and so on. So on is one of the inert gases that I've invented. Neon, argon, xenon, and so on. Anyways, this is the patent application, and all the other patent pictures, which toward the end, all of them are based on this separation. Here's a good example: this separation of layers that occur with the argon, neon, helium, and hydrogen in this case, when this reactor is rotated, because that separation doesn't occur naturally. They would just all be sitting at the bottom of this reactor. Now, I don't know if they form actual spheres like this in a spherical condition. I'm more convinced that it'll be more of a cylinder shape with cylindrical gaseous layers rather than, one cylinder within another cylinder within another cylinder, rather than a sphere within a sphere within a sphere. But either way, it's all equivalent in terms of forming a contained vessel for the particular separated gases, so that it creates this potential. It creates potential is a best word for it, really, between the hydrogen, the lightest gas, and the argon, the heaviest gas, for example, unless you introduce radon or some other heavier gas. The idea being, through that separation, that's what enables each layer to sort of do its job, you might say. And if it's all mixed together, then the individuality, the potential is all mixed together, and you can't get that potential out of one of the electrodes, or one of the points of taking the energy off, or one of the fields.
Rick, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to create hydrogen, which is the ultimate goal of hydrogen, or H3, or hydrogen molecules. The potential of trying to produce hydrogen, does that create a situation where there might be an explosive situation? Any explosive situation?
Oh, absolutely. If you're creating hydrogen, like for example, say you have just a water Gans reactor, but you've decided to put in caustic and little balls of aluminum, which were discussed in the last workshop and so on. Well, that's fine. Yes, you will create hydrogen, and that'll all be fine. It'll if your sphere is rotating and you're creating this hydrogen, it'll go to the center of the sphere, and you'll create a little hydrogen bubble that will be sort of an elongated bubble, directly dependent on the RPM of your sphere. So what happens then is you've got this trapped hydrogen bubble, which is all fine because you can actually run high voltage through hydrogen gas in a bulb and create light with it. But if you were to have any oxygen get into that hydrogen, then what happens with hydrogen, it has a very wide range of ability to explode with oxygen. So in other words, anywhere from 2 or 3% oxygen right up to 90 some odd percent oxygen will cause the hydrogen to explode with the slightest provocation, like a spark. Static spark could do it. Extreme compression, or expansion compression kind of pulsating could do it. Some other means, microwave or something like that. So it could be absolutely dangerous in terms of exploding with oxygen. Hydrogen by itself will also burn, but it'll burn in air, and it'll be a relatively contained, less explosive force than the so-called HHO combination, which is the hydrogen and oxygen, especially if it's the Brown's gas sort of combination. So, but it is actually pure hydrogen that's given off from the aluminum and the caustic. Then the problem is it is in water, which is H2O, which does have oxygen bound to the hydrogen, and depending if that gets broken down, and that could enter into the atmosphere in there. The other thing being there is almost always dissolved air in water. So if you don't prepare your water properly, then it will have dissolved air in it. And that could come out under the rotation of the sphere. Like if I go back to my video, and put on the other video camera, then like if you can imagine this with a little more fluid in it.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll have to get it on live stream too. If you can imagine this sphere with, I could add the fluid to it, but it takes a couple minutes, and I didn't want to do that right now. But if you can imagine it was full of fluid, and this, instead of having a relatively large tube in the middle, we had just a narrow tube of that hydrogen, and this thing's all rotating at high speeds, and what happens, all the heavy stuff goes to the outside, like we discussed. The Gans, heavier Gans will go to the outside. Even the heavier water molecules or any contaminants will also go to the outside. Anything that's heavier than water will go to the outside. But think about that interface at the water and gas interface inside there, that cone we can see. As I slow it down, there's the cone there. Well, at that interface, especially if this is mostly fluid inside here, and especially if it's rotating at high speed, you're essentially creating a vacuum inside. And especially if the whole chamber is sealed off. This is open to the atmosphere, so it can't do that. But normally this would be, say, a closed sphere, and you're trying to keep all the air out and so on. You just want to create a little hydrogen bubble. And so as this is whipping at high speed, the very center core of all this, here I can put my pointer down to demonstrate. Here's my pointer, brass rod. I'm going to stick it into my apparatus as it's rotating, and there it is as the pointer inside that tube. So so this thing's rotating, and it's got that hydrogen ball, let's say, in the middle. Well, any gases that are in the liquid, because it's rotating at high speeds, it compresses the water, and any gases will tend to not evaporate exactly, but be expelled from the water and enter into the gas phase of that bubble. So the bubble could start to get bigger from the air being extracted from the water. And when that air mixes with that hydrogen, then you've got something that can go pop. And depending on the strength of your container, it could blow your container right apart, or it could do an instant explosion, implosion, and basically the hydrogen plus oxygen, when sparked, turns into a tiny little drop of water and implodes. It uses up all that oxygen and hydrogen, depending on if it's a perfect combination of two hydrogens to one oxygen, then that's what forms a water molecule from that spark instantly, and it will implode and create a vacuum bubble basically until it implodes on itself. So that is sort of the risk with, especially say you had this much hydrogen in there. That would be like way too much for our experiments. But if that was hydrogen and oxygen and that much, That's about 2 or 3 film containers worth. Well, film container, when exploded with a spark, there's little plastic film containers. I don't have one handy. They're about this big and about that wide. And you can hook it up with a sparker and put hydrogen and oxygen in it. And it'll pop that film container off its lid and shoot it 10 meters with enough force to take the bark off a tree, a chunk of bark off a tree sort of thing. And it sounds just like a shotgun when it goes off. So 3 of those in here would be enough to probably blow this right off its spigot and possibly split the glass, but maybe not even split the glass, but it just put a lot of pressure on the whole system. It would blow out the top, or it would not be very happy. Now, if it was a tiny wee bubble inside there, say it was just a few millimeter bubble in the very core of this, that's a different situation. It could easily just explode and implode, and you might not even hear it. It might be just a little pop, or you'd hardly notice it. Well, you probably would notice some sort of noise or explosion if you had a little, for example, say this rod actually went in and touched that bubble in the center, and with a high voltage, I could put a high voltage zap to that bubble and actually explode it or implode it, right? Using an electrode like that. And then possibly even receive that energy through the electrode as well. Now, that may be a more effective way to look at this situation. I would never try to run any sort of large hydrogen bubble. It should only be something very tiny for the kinds of experiments. You shouldn't need very much at all. At the center core, we're talking about the principality, core energy, the principal matter, the source energy coming from this hydrogen arrangement, ionized gases and so on. So it shouldn't require much, and it's more what's around the hydrogen that's important to keep it all going and whatnot. But it is interesting in terms of implosion. Implosion is a very, very powerful factor, and if you keep it on the micro level with tiny wee bubbles, what if it was nano-sized bubbles? What if the pieces of aluminum or the means of creating the hydrogen just created tiny little bubbles that could also instantly explode, implode, and release that energy? That might be a more worthwhile, to find a way to harvest on a nanoscale, so it keeps it safe, keeps it from having the large amounts. That's when we get in trouble, when we go too big with hydrogen and oxygen.
Well, let me just ask you this, Rick. If we were making hydrogen, with the aluminum and our caustic and everything in our creation, room 10 by 20, as you create the hydrogen, if you don't have it, if you don't contain it and you allow it to escape, how much hydrogen is allowed to be in a potential area?
Well, yes, you could actually calculate that if you wished. It's somewhere like the burnability of hydrogen, like I was saying, has a very wide range. I think it's the widest range of any material, basically. I'm just going to shut this down for a bit.
What if you had just a regular old candle burning just to burn off the hydrogen, the excess?
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't burn it off. It would build up to the point of a sudden explosion, more likely than burning it off that way. What it is, it naturally dissipates in the air and doesn't like to just hang out in air. It normally goes up as soon as it can. to the ceiling and out through any little cracks and that kind of thing, or it dissipates. And it would take a lot of hydrogen to make, say, 2% or 4% of the air in a room. That would be, quite a few cubic meters or whatever of hydrogen. You'd have to be doing it and actually producing some hydrogen. Now, where hydrogen's dangerous is enclosing it. For example, if we were to enclose it in a sphere like this, an HHO, and put it in there.
How about if we enclosed it in one of these pipes?
Right, exactly. Like I've generated it in an enclosed plastic container about this size. It was a white tobacco plastic container with a lid a little bit bigger than this. And I had the electrodes in there, and it was bubbling away. And I had a tube going to another container to bubble in that container, so you don't get any flashback into the container. And I was experimenting with my student, this young guy that was a student for a while for me, and we were bubbling away in this soapy solution and making bubbles, and with a lighter blowing up the bubbles in the lab, and they would, even a small soap bubble going up would go bang, it was a lot of fun. And suddenly the tube came out of the bubbling container, the safety tube, because it wasn't attached very well. And I still had the lighter going. It popped out of the tube, out of the safety thing, and I had a sudden flashback that went right down that tube into the container that had, if it had this much liquid, it was about this much of the HHO in the top. It would be probably 2 or 3 film containers worth of the HHO, which was both in the same place. And when that ignited, it blew the plastic top completely off. It blew the plastic container apart as well, but the top sheared the threads, everything just shattered. Fortunately, we both had safety glasses on. I had a small cut above my head and so on, but it wasn't enough it bled a little bit. Not that big. But there was plastic parts literally in the entire living room area here, tiny little bits from this thing, and what a noise. We were both just shocked, and I had to look and had to check and make sure all the fingers and the toes are still there and whatnot, and am I okay, and yeah, it was really, really loud. And so yeah, it can be very dangerous. And if you had one of those legs of your thing full of hydrogen and oxygen, and it somehow was able to attract a charge from your motors, the sparks in the brushes of the motors or something, yeah, it would definitely, it could go up like that, and it would shatter that plastic just like pretty much like a pipe bomb.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, it's a valid worry. Now, if you knew how much you were putting in there, then you could be more safe with it. In other words, you can actually calculate by the amount of caustic and the amount of aluminum how much of the stuff you create. I mean, you have 2 things that are involved with that process. One is the pressure that's involved. So you've got the hydrogens being generated, but in an enclosed space, that hydrogen's generating pressure in the space. And sometimes that pressure is enough to make something explode. That's what you can look it up on YouTube. Caustic and aluminum bottle bomb, they call it, or something. Like a Coca-Cola bottle or any kind of high pressure plastic bottle. You put caustic and aluminum in, and put your water in, get the cap on really quick, and throw it or run really fast. And you can see these bottles, they build up the pressure, and all of a sudden, boom, and they let go. Not with the HHO explosion, but with just the sheer pressure of the hydrogen being generated inside. Because there is oxygen in there too, because they leave air in there and so on. It's not just water that goes in.
You had a control valve that you could actually, if you were producing hydrogen, you could control the flow of hydrogen. You know, you
Right.
can
That's
actually,
another way to do it. Yeah. And you can
yeah.
have a bubbler, and it's just a chamber that stores the hydrogen and is able to release a little bit. Or
And
you
then,
just use a tiny little piece of aluminum and a tiny bit of caustic, and you've already notated how much hydrogen comes off from that size of piece. You could actually, cut out little millimeter square pieces or whatever, and you could actually calculate beforehand how much hydrogen each piece will generate as far as that goes. Or you can watch it in terms of collecting the hydrogen in a bubbler, and it'll displace the water, and you collect, a milliliter of hydrogen per square millimeter of aluminum foil as a rough example. I'm not sure how much it would be exactly, but somewhere maybe in that neighborhood. So, and that way you make it safe by just putting enough in to create what you want to create, and you know that that's not enough to create the pressure to start with, and the combination that, if it was sparked, would blow the leg off that your nice reactor there.
well, the pressure part I'm not worried about because I can control the pressure through valves. You know, because once you start creating, that's the feeding part. Is the like
Yeah.
Mr. Keshe said, once you put those elements together, they're going to start feeding off of each other, and they're going to start producing hydrogen. And then once you put certain things in a field of hydrogen, then you have to either disperse it, use it, burn it, do something with it, because you've now produced it in a Gans state. So is it explosive in a Gans state? I don't know. But I have an idea that, my idea, I got like 2 more weeks. I know what I'm going to do, but I'm just, you answered my question as far as explosives go.
Yeah, I think the point that I take away from all this is not to play with the physicality hydrogen in terms of quantities, and that I think that what we can do is use the water vacuum, the idea of the vacuum condition in our water, and create the hydrogen on a nanoscale and create the reactions right in the water itself. So, like, for example, we know that water is self-ionizing. What that means is that every so many hours, each water molecule just suddenly, it's sitting there with its 2 arms. If I'm the oxygen, I've got 2 arms with a hydrogen in each arm, basically. And so every roughly 10 hours, basically one of my arm breaks, and the hydrogen goes floating off. And just spontaneously, just due to the ambient energy waves that suddenly, for that moment, all combine and have enough energy to break that bond of that one arm, which takes a lot to release that. But this happens to every single hydrogen or every single water molecule spontaneously about every 10 hours apparently. So this is going on all the time, this self-ionization. Basically it forms an H plus and an OH minus. It's a slightly more complex because it's more of a crystal, it's a water crystal, and there's more H's and O's involved and so on. But it's basically the H plus and OH minus ions form just of their own. You've got this ionized plasma that forms in water just by itself. But the problem is it only forms for a picosecond and then slams back together again to form the water again. So you have water like this, and then suddenly breaks off, and then boom, it just takes it back as fast as it's the fastest chemical reaction that they know of is this self-ionization and recombination of water.
Material, yeah.
It's just like boom, boom. So well, it's a lot faster than that. A picosecond, we can't even barely
It
measure
does
until
make
recently.
sense. Within all my understanding, what you just last explained, it just sits so well. That's so true.
Yeah.
It's a
So. And the
constant reaction.
the reason it doesn't matter so much in a way is because there's one here, one there, and they're isolated. They're not able to suddenly all ionize all at once, and we can actually see it and work with it somehow. The scientists only found this out like a couple of years ago. I think it's a recent scientific endeavor to even measure in the picosecond range, because they could never measure in that quick of a time period before. So if you're trying to look for a reaction that happens in a picosecond, but you're measuring in thousands of or milliseconds or whatever, then you're going to miss that instantaneous reaction. And so I think they had to calculate it through theory first, and then they found an example, and now it's common knowledge. So I'm thinking that if we can work on that kind of level, that if we can use the natural vacuum condition of water to create our nano processes that are going on, but make it in a way that we create the different types of products that we want to use we create a mini reactor inside the water, essentially a bubble perhaps that rotates, or some other, maybe even a few atoms that rotate. Maybe that's enough, and get them together with other ones and suddenly create more of a separation from this rotational structure that occurs. There's quite a few ways to look at that. And if we look at other things, such as water has a natural amount of deuterium in it. All water has deuterium. Wow, who would have guessed? It's just it's in such a small amount relative to the normal water that those isotopes are not that relevant, or not that normally makes that much of a difference. But what if we had a technique to separate out the deuterium water and the tritium water and the normal water, and then we're able to separate the electrons from the protons, or at least the ions, the negative and positive ions, and maybe we could find a way to trap them and to isolate them in their respective, okay, negatives, you go to that side, positives, you go to that side. Okay, now we've got potential, right? Now we've got something we can tap into. Before it was all mixed together and it's just water. Water is water. How could it be anything different? And then suddenly we're able to work with it, separate it, spin it, get that separation happening between the heavier and the lighter elements of the water, and make that so that these, like we could actually maybe create a electron-positron trap, or like a neutron, separate out the neutrons some way, or the positive nucleus, and that sort of thing. So there are ways of doing that. There's people now that are in labs that are able to create a plasma, an actual plasma, real plasma, with electron and positron. The electron is negatively charged. The positron is same as an electron, but it's positively charged. It's very rare to have a positron, but you can actually produce them in the lab, and you can separate out these electrons and positrons using like a penning trap, it's called, especially charged and shaped trap, and actually trap these ions, these positrons, and electrons, and keep them for up to hours or even days at a time, apparently. And this is an interesting idea because normally plasmas disappear as soon as the high voltage is taken away. You can actually trap these in a magnetic trap, which doesn't require any energy to maintain it, and keep them there as potential to be used in some manner. I'm thinking that's something we could maybe work towards, but I'd like to be able to see us be able to work in a micro scale, and looking at maybe a water bubble as a laboratory as a laboratory vessel. If that was a tiny nano-sized bubble, and for example, there's a lot that can be done with that bubble. You can create a bubble in water, for example, a nano bubble, and when that bubble is created through it could be through an implosion process, like for example, I mean to get into all this, it's pretty much time to wrap things up, but let's say that you have water in a turbine that generates hydroelectricity. And it goes through a long tube before it hits the turbine blades at the bottom of this tube. If you've got a dam of water and all this pressure of the water going down this tube, it hits those turbine blades, and for many years they would keep having to replace the turbine blades because they pitted. These beautiful, highly polished stainless steel turbine blades were actually getting pits, like chunks taken out of them. And the scientists couldn't understand, how is it that this water, simply water pushing through the turbine, it's not like it's got chunks of rock coming through or anything, it's all clean water coming through. And it's able to pit these stainless steel turbine blades. Well, how do you think that occurred? Any ideas? Anybody know?
That's very interesting.
Well, it happens through implosion. And what happens is when the water hits the turbine blades, there's sometimes a separation from the blade temporarily. It forms a vapor pocket, essentially a little air bubble above the material, the stainless steel. So if we were to blow it up, so we have stainless steel here, and you got this little bubble that has expanded out because of the forces involved while hitting this turbine blade. It creates essentially a vacuum bubble. So the vacuum opens up, and then the trick is when it slams together, is that bubble opens up to a certain point, and then it implodes on itself. So all the points of the bubble point toward the center, that center principal focus of energy. You can imagine, everything going toward the center on this and shrinking it down because it implodes. And when it goes down to that pinpoint, it shoots off a mega jet of energy, in the same way that a galaxy will shoot off a jet of energy when it implodes, like into a black hole, shoot off a jet of energy. And that's actually a common phenomenon. When a magnetic field collapses, that's when you get the pulse of energy coming off. Same as the ignition of an automobile, the coil and the spark plug. The spark doesn't happen when the coil's filled up with electricity. The spark happens when you drain the electricity quickly from that coil. It collapses the field, and that's when the spark's given off. So it's the same thing with the collapse of this explosion, implosion. Boom! It shoots off this energy peak that, for on the nano scale, it's an actual nuclear reaction, and the temperature rise within that implosion nano bubble will reach millions of degrees. And that's why that pressure bubble, that pressure spike rather, from the bubble implosion that rips the literally rips the molecules of the stainless steel right off the turbine blades. So that's also why if you're running a motor, you know, in a motorboat, and you have a blades in that, you don't want to create implosion with that, which is you can hear it. It starts to go. All these bubbles come up and so on. That's creating pitting of the propeller from the implosion. That's a common problem actually in many many vessels. In fact, I think the newest electric destroyers of the U.S. Navy have that problem because they have some sort of issue with them that way. So anyway, suffice to say that on the nano level.
May I raise a question?
Yes.
All right. What if I say we've already achieved a lift and a motion on a scale where we haven't or we can't perceive? We don't understand the level of the scale, so that we can't perceive it and we can't confirm it. But would that be a possibility where we have already achieved?
Well, let's put it this way. The light from the sun, for example, takes 8.5 minutes to reach us. So if we were to travel at the speed of light and go to the sun, it would take 8.5 minutes. And if we were to not stay there very long, which probably would be a good idea, and hop back here at the speed of light, it would take another 8.5 minutes. So that's like 17 minutes round trip to the sun at the speed of light. Okay, well right now, if you were to close your eyes or open your eyes and visualize, I'm on the sun, poof. All right, I'm back on Earth, poof. All right, in a split second, we're able to be there, in effect, and come back. And if we were to practice enough, we could actually be there. We can be anywhere in the universe that we can visualize in a split second through instant communication. And I think that's an example of how we can, in effect, travel in our own spaceship instantaneously or relatively instantaneously, maybe in a split second, compared to many minutes at the speed of sound, or speed of light rather. We're moving at, thousands of times at least the speed of light through our visualization process, or called imagination, but you could also call it the subconscious or the higher mental apparatus. So, there's that. Is that what you're hinting at, or something? Am I totally off? Did I go totally off the deep end on that one?
No, that was. I mean, my question was just like total out of there anyway. I was imagining where we're trying to perceive a physical evidence where we're actually seeing the motion or the lift, but I've noticed the previous videos and there are scales that have been put under the units so that grams even minuscule lift would be perceived. And
yeah, that was done with the Spaceship Institute.
Yeah, would that be
videos.
the same thing for us? I mean, we're working on it, and then we're saying, oh no, we couldn't do it, but it's maybe it's already happening. I'm not sure.
Look at it one way. Most of us are, we have our lives that we go through, and there's a lot of situations we run into, and it gets pretty heavy at times, and we become under the effect of gravity. It's like, oh, this is a grave situation. I'm feeling the gravity of the situation, the heaviness, and so on. Well, what's the cure to gravity? Levity. Levity is a cure to gravity. So you crack a joke, you make fun of it, you kind of have fun with it, you work with it or whatever, and that creates a different atmosphere, a different field around you, and you feel the the effect of that heaviness lift, and you feel uplifted. We have the saying, being uplifted, being feeling light or light-headed, or the burden off your shoulders, as if this gravity thing is just holding us down, and all we need is a little bit of levity in the situation, and bingo, we're up. So it's almost literally true that way, and that maybe that's a way to the using our spaceships better, our own personal spaceships, to be able to travel, is to be able to get into those higher elevated moods. We call them elevated moods, again, designating the elevated elevator going up somehow, away from Earth, which is holding us down somehow, and it may be.
How would that be perceived by a person when it happened, when the elevated soul? How would we perceive? Or how I perceive is the creativity that increases with me, and I try to do really. I can't stop myself. I mean, when that happens, and I was wondering if.
Well, there's different ways to use that kind of energy. You can become the creator and create. I mean, that's what creators do, right? Hence the name, creator. That's what means, that's your job description. That's what you do. You're not the maintainer and dishwasher. You are the creator, and that's it's create.
Absolutely.
And you hardly have time for anything else, because that's the creator part. Imagine the problem that God has as the creator, and no time for anything else, because it's just create. But we can also just be and exist as, without having the urge to create, sort of pre-creation, you might say. And that way is a way of becoming an objective observer of the universe, as instead of a creator or participator inside of it, in a sense. So, and there might be other ways of interacting with the creation besides being the creator as well. So you can be the one that's the maintainer rather than the creator, or to give blessings and so on, and to those that are doing the creating, and so on and so forth. Different levels that one might entertain in that situation, in my opinion.
Totally agree.
Well, for whatever that's worth.
Yes,
I see Chad has had his hand up. Did you have a question, Chad, or something you wanted to discuss there? Sorry, I didn't notice before.
Thanks, Rick. I came in at 11 o'clock Pacific time, and you guys were well underway. Did I miss quite a bit of time there?
Oh, geez, that was like days ago now. What did we cover there? And at the first was how do we begin this thing? Well, we had some stuff from Lee. Lee was showing his really cool healing sort of chamber with 8 mag-grav units at each corner of this tubing arrangement. And that was a big part that we discussed for quite a while, for the first hour or so.
Okay. I was wondering if I could ask Lee a question, like it's just a basic question. Like, I watched last week's plasma group, reactor group. I watched last week's episode on YouTube, and Lee, you said quite a ways into the last week's meeting, you said that you changed over on basically on the recommendation on what Peru is doing. You changed the way you were wiring your magravs to the battery. And I was wondering if you've personally seen an improvement in horsepower in your vehicle or vehicles.
Yeah, it was John that came up with that recommendation to connect the gravitational coil to the positive. He said they various testing, whether it's Peru or elsewhere, they were getting better results. But I switched mine around, and I've driven very little since I switched. And actually yesterday I went and filled up, only put in 15 liters, but I was only had about a 5% improvement. So such a little small amount of gas doesn't really give you a good test. So
right, it's within the range of error as far as just
yeah. So
warning things.
I was a bit disappointed.
So the bottom line is you really didn't see when you put your foot to the floor, you don't have more horsepower, eh?
Oh, I mean, my old truck's running good, but I don't really. I don't get that feeling. No.
What do you think, Lee, of Patrick's ideas with taking the wire and actually dipping it into the Gans with that spiral?
I'm going to try it. I've wound some coils with the tip of this my flat spiral to go into the Gans ball, but they're still in the nano coating stage, so I haven't made one yet.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Try that though. It sounded like a good idea. So
it looked very interesting, and with the wool in the center, with the wool the fiberglass insulation saturated in Gans, that looked. What did you think of that?
Well, to my mind, I can't see how that's going to improve it. So for right now, I'm not going to try it, but who knows?
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, that's for sure. I like that. Seemed good at the time.
I have a question for Rick or anybody. Is the theory right now on these car magravs that they're actually fluctuating a pulsating field of plasma, or is it one continuous field of plasma? Is there it takes the electricity or the impulse that's available within the electrical system as the car is running, and then the magrav imitates and mimics the pulsations that are there in the electrical system, or is it one solid continuous field of plasma? What does anybody think of that? Is it pulsating plasma that's being developed, or is it one continuous field?
Well, it's an interesting idea.
I think it's one continuous field, and I don't think there's any. You're getting very little feedback from the car to the plasma coils. I think the plasma coils are acting like antennas and feeding plasma to the car. And I say that because why else would I be getting my wires nano-coated before they're even hooked up? The plasma's flowing. As soon as I connect my two wires together, the plasma's flowing through them, and they're getting nano-coated. So it's outputting plasma without any input from the car.
Oh. So, I just want to dive into the situation. When we're talking about the car unit, are we just dealing about a battery? I mean, rest of the unit, car, we're not interested in. What we're attaching into is just the battery. And then it moves towards the battery to the rest of the machine, whatever it is. It can be washing machine, it can be any machine, doesn't matter. Car, what we're putting into also our intention towards what we're expecting in terms of petrol saving and and the efficiency of the car, efficiency of the machine. When there's just a machine, you just attach something to a battery, and this is all that is happening, and this is just one honest miracle to me when I think about it.
Yeah.
Double coils, triple coils. It's just one coil. I've seen many different ones that would react in the same manner. So I'm up in the air right now.
Can I get a little input? I'll give you some input, Chad, if you want to know a little bit.
Yes, absolutely, sir.
Albert or anybody. Everything we're making is a receiver. Even our Gans is a receiver, and I've learned that because just stumbling on for something here. I was going to show you something, but I'll show you something else. I bought something, and you can kind of figure it out. I figured it out. It's not that hard.
Looks wonderful.
Hi, everybody. I know it's getting late, but I bought one of these non-conductive, where you can put it up there and you'll get a reading.
Non-contact.
Non-contact. Thank you.
Non-contact detector. Yes. Sir.
Yes, everybody. So this one was a non-contact detector to up to 12 volts, 12 to 1,000, and then there's two settings on it. There's the regular setting, but then there's the low voltage setting, which would give you up to like the minimum of 12 volts. So anyway, so 12 volts is like your car battery, right? 12 volts car battery.
Yep, more or less.
Okay, so I stumbled on this unknowingly, but if you stick, this is a 12 volt, and there's two settings, and I didn't want to. The other one is higher, so I just taped the button down because I was tired of holding it. But let me turn it on first. It'd probably help if I turn it on. I don't have my lights on. Oh, hold on. No, don't do this to me now.
Are you sure it's on the? Are you sure it's on the 12 volt setting and not the other one?
No, I know it's on a 12 volt because they got it all taped down.
Okay.
So wait a minute. Something was okay. There's that. So this should pick up that. Man.
It's plasma, Mark. It's because we're watching.
Yes, because everybody's watching, but I usually have a lot of lights on. And I turn the lights off because of the camera.
When you're measuring it before with the motors going?
No.
That
It
might
may be
make a
going
difference.
for a while now. But
That could make a difference.
I think so, but hold on. Is it plugged in? Yes. Yes. Charging, yes. Light on, no. But anyway, so this was the minimum part. But you can buy these things in. So at 12 volts, here. Because the light's behind it. Oh, wait. Let me get my camera. Wait a minute. Hold on. All our Ganses are electrified. So I have that, it's an LED bulb behind it. So all these Ganses will start to pick up all the fields from that light bulb behind it. Can you hear it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I discovered that same thing on the shelf where I got all my Ganses from about 4 feet away. Or not 4 feet, 4 inches away. The thing started beeping.
Hi, Lee.
So it
So
was
if you
interesting.
shut the light off, if you shut everything off, you won't get that. Nothing. So it's actually the Gans is the actual Gans is picking up at least some sort of 12 volt or plus field from the electricity that's coming out from the you know the supply. I got a light bulb back there, and I know. Plus, I learned that this battery charger for my drill was close to it, and I was getting a lot of different fields that these things will pick up
Mm-hmm.
because it's all magnetic.
Well, water will definitely pick up fields like that, and especially if it's salted water, it'll tend to be quite a good antenna.
These non-copper wires will pick it up,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not doing it right now because we're on camera. Of course, right, Lee? So this was the minimum part, and what I learned was the fields are only building from this charger here. Well, maybe if I can do it this, I did this before too. But you know what? I didn't do it with all these things moving. So let's not, I don't want to monkey with that just yet. This was the actual test that we wanted to get to, right?
Yeah, we should get to it here. We need to wrap up soon here.
Yes. So at least get a load of this.
In the medical laboratories, there are testers where you attach a little tubes and then tubes starts turning whether the machine determines and
So as it turns for a while, are you picking up the numbers?
Yep. Yeah, we can see that.
These will start to set themselves. I let them go for about an hour, and see how this current, it's a constant current and voltage. The shorter one will go faster than the longer one away. So it starts to set itself between the two. And the motors are not hot to the touch at all. It's all being done through the gearboxes inside. And I figure that these are probably about, you take a guess, Rick. How many RPMs are going there?
It's hard to tell because of the frame bouncing of the camera and so on. It's sort of jittery. But it sounded like it was maybe getting up to, I'd say it's probably under 1,000, but maybe 800 to 1,000 RPM, somewhere in that range, possibly.
So if you had the middle, like these were, we thought that these should be filled with lead, and the outside things should be with the 3 different Ganses, and the magnetical and gravitational pulses inside them should actually be moving the electron, proton, and the neutrons in this field. That's what I'm hoping for. So if I have 4 of them moving in 4 different directions, these are actually, that these are fed themselves. But next week I'll show you what I want to do with the actual piping to feed with an actual valve hose in the middle down, and it'll feed the central core of plasma, hydrogen plasma. That's what I'm worried about, because I'll build it up here, move it through the pipe. I'll have an exit point here, and I'll have an exit point coming from the top of here down through here. 2 exit points of hydrogen that'll be created, and we'll see that next week or maybe 2 weeks or whatever. But at least this part, it's working, and I think I can mix up the fields enough, at every different point. And these are legs, and hopefully, when I'm eventually at the very end, these motors, we don't need motors, but they'll create an atmosphere of, like we have, a middle atmosphere and a high and a low. That'll be our ultimate point.
Try taking a reading with your meter there now, Mark. With on the units that are rotating, like do you get any reading off the coils that are rotating?
No, not really, because there's no Gans. Those are just nano coated at this point. There's no Gans at them in there.
Right.
Anything.
Right. How about the motor? The little motors, do they pick up? You would think it would light up with the motors, but it doesn't really. There's not enough energy there to light it up. Huh.
You would. Oh, there's a little bit.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't understand.
How about when you push it up, put it on the wires that come out of your power unit? Does it? It should beep with those.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I see.
Not really.
That's surprising. I thought your unit would do that.
Right there, when they're touching, right?
Maybe it's overload for 12 volts because it's 15, so it might be.
Oh, it might be higher than that because of what I've got going here.
Yeah.
If I turn it down.
Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, that's an idea.
Listen to the. Can you hear the difference once I start adding a little more power?
Yeah, they're getting a little wobbly. Watch your teeth.
Yeah, that's so good.
Boy, that one on the left is sure wobbly.
We're maxed out, baby. We're flying to Zeus.
I don't know if she's gonna hold together, Captain. Or in warp 5.
If I had Gans and all the material inside and the lead, I'm just thinking that at this point, we're creating, it's throwing a field out. We got, I'm going to have 4 different fields.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to, with the feeding point and the mixing point, that's why I'm worried about the hydrogen. At this point, I know I can get the wheels turning. And like I said, these little motors are as cool as such.
Yeah, but the problem is when your leads come off a motor or whatever, that creates a spark. And every time you create a spark, you have a possible hazard with hydrogen.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about because I'll be creating hydrogen.
Yeah, if you have a hydrogen tube, it'll be virtually impossible to prevent a spark from going back down the tube because that's what hydrogen and oxygen do. They go right down any tube instantly. And it's hard to have an anti-blowback valve that'll stop it properly.
I'm coming back. I'm sorry, Rick. They're a little loud because it's all geared.
Yeah. Please don't blow up yourself and your mother.
Yeah. Well, that's very good. That's amazing, actually, Mark, that you got to the point of these rotating things and so on. It's really cool. Really cool.
Very good.
That's what we keep working towards, right?
I had one other question I wanted to get an answer for tonight, is that I've been trying to I've been putting these car mags in a few vehicles, my neighbors and friends and stuff, and they always ask me how does it work? What's it do to the engine? How does it work? And for people who don't understand plasma at all, I don't have a good answer for them.
Wait and see.
All I can say is I really don't know, but I know it works. I'm just wondering if someone's got an explanation for what's really going on in these car mag graphs that are in the engine. What's it doing? Why are we getting better mileage? How can you explain it to a novice who doesn't know anything about plasma?
That's a very good question, actually. Really, go ahead. Yeah, anybody to answer it? I'd love to listen to it.
How can you explain that, Lee? Just sitting here.
Yeah, you finally got a reading on the other maggrav, eh?
Oh, so
good. Yeah, so in the terms of Lee's question, I mean, you can answer in the sense that the nano coating, way of looking at it, that the block and other parts of the vehicle starts to be nano coated and enclosed in this plasmatic layer that's able to do certain special things, basically, that coincide with the intent of the driver and
works like a home unit, really. I mean, just like that. What we need is with the home unit is conditioning. We don't need it with the car.
Yeah, and it could be that the interior parts of the engine start to be influenced and nano coated in some way, and that can change everything because you start to
well, I believe
introduce,
it happens immediately, actually, really, if it's been connected. Right.
Hey, Rick?
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, Rick?
Yes?
What, in reference to Lee's question, what do you think we can say absolutely in terms of the physical, like the plasma in the car with the car maggrav, the plasma is easing the friction in the engine. Can we say that absolutely?
Well, I don't know if that has been objectively measured or anything. I don't know if we can say that exactly, no.
Oh.
Well, I can add to that. Originally, it would be sort of determined to put it in the boot of the car, back of the car. So that meant to me directly is the conditioning of the whole car is depending on the wires is getting just like the house maggrav unit sort of nano coating step by step, and even if it's not being nano coated, putting in back of the car, it sort of shells it whole out the car. That's just what I thought. That was the reason that I thought the car unit was amazing, and just because the reason that it's been put in the back doesn't matter where it's connected, whether it's in the sort of cigarette lighter area, or whether it's the battery area. That's just what it is. It's the cables that where it runs around the car is what is important to my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, it's a good point. It's the fields that are what's important, of course. So it's not whether it nano coats the wires or not and so on, but the actual fields that are created. So if people can, the best way for proof for anybody is if you can get them to feel the fields. That's very immediate. You can't deny something that's so in your face, basically, as your feelings or your ability to feel a field or feel some presence or feel something.
That's so
feel
true.
you
That's-
feel
that's
heat
really
and cold even. It's just one of our things that we feel different things, and if we feel the presence or feel the fields around us as being protective or as being energizing or as being alerting to us or whatever. If it's not making us feel dragged out and bummed out, then or even if it does that, at least we know we're being influenced by a field. We can feel it in our bodies, say. But hopefully, this kind of maggrav unit would produce a field that someone can feel if they are sensitive enough, or if they have a friend that's a psychic in many cases, that they feel and they go, oh yes, I can really feel the fields here. And that reinforces the person's belief in the system and realization that there is something more to life than just driving this car around, and that there can be a change in that environment through these devices, that it changes everything. Those fields change everything. It's not one thing that you can put your finger on, and maybe it can't even be measured scientifically yet. But yet that psychic can say, yes, there's something different about this vehicle. It feels really good, and to me it feels it's the best feeling in a vehicle I've ever had, or whatever they happen to say, due to
So
that
true.
interaction. And if you
I-
get someone to feel that, then they will always remember that, and they'll never have to be convinced of anything.
We're talking about fields and the gravitational pull and things. You're considering the lead ganses in your battery,
Yeah.
because that's hydrochloric acid, yeah.
Well,
It's sulfuric acid, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's below 1 in pH.
I think I drank the other night accidentally. I don't know if I've produced right lead gens, but I put it in a bottle and I accidentally drank it, and I was expecting it to disappear and die, and it really didn't happen. And I'm so glad that it really didn't happen. But
Well, keep us posted and let us know if you die.
it
We'd be
really didn't
interested to
happen.
know.
I've drank quite a lot, like at least 3 big gulps, and yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it may not be something that shows up immediately, but it still could have, long-term effects or something.
Perhaps that's why I'm hoping.
Well, it could have good effects. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, so when I put show these units to the people and or start installing in the car, I show them the black coating on the wire coming from the nano coating on the wire coming from the maggrav unit, and all of a sudden they all get worried that their wires in their car are going to get turned black and get this black corrosion on it, and all the contacts between the wires are going to gum up, and their cars are going to stop working.
Well, that's a valid concern in a way. That was my concern when I heard Keshe talking about all the nano coating, all the wires of the household and of the car, and so on. It's like, because to an electrician or an auto mechanic, if they see black copper wire, they automatically go, okay, rip this out. It's all burnt. It doesn't work right. It's going to have short circuits all over the place, and it's going to fry. It's already fried. That's why it's black. You get extension cords that go black because they're overloaded for too long, and it just turns the wire black inside, and then you can't even run a light bulb on them because they won't run the electricity. So traditionally, that's the stuff that gets removed, and that's why mechanics and electricians get paid to remove that kind of stuff. And here you are talking about, yeah, it's going to nano coat and create this black wiring all over the place. And the jaws just drop because it runs counterintuitive to decades of training, so and experience. But yet we have these plasmatic devices that love to be black, and they wouldn't work. They wouldn't be happy to be any other color.
These ones that are copper, though, that aren't nano-coated, will still pick up at least 12 volts of energy. But by this 12 volt charger that is just omitting, and I'll take this away from it, but I know it's the charger because I've done it with all of them.
Yeah. It puts out, the transformer and the charger puts out quite a field, and it'll influence all those coils in there. And if you were to take a voltage reading off them, you'd be able to get a voltage reading off them from
right. That's what I was going like.
energy.
Wow, why is this working like that now?
Yeah. So that's true of coils. It's true of copper wire in general. It's true of our own bodies as well. We pick up on the ambient fields and magnify them essentially. We are like a radio receiver of hundreds of channels all at once in our water of our body.
It's funny though, like last week you were talking about listening to the sounds that, through the your amplifier. So if you listen to the sounds of this one, because I'm holding it, if I don't hold it, it don't work.
Yeah, right. You're in fact grounding out part of the circuit there to make it a better circuit.
So this one here just makes that sound, and this one makes more of a rapid sound.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, good point.
So it slows down, and on the outside of the coil, it's just a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Bop, bop, bop. On the side of the coil, it's a rapid beat.
Yeah. Huh?
But erratic.
Of course, there's different fluctuation going on there.
Just because I'm holding it, right?
Yes, you're representing the Earth at the moment.
Yeah, because I'm the ground of it. So if you go onto the inside here, now it's just a complete heartbeat.
Wow.
Whoa, yes,
that's really cool, actually.
And then if I go down even closer towards the charger, it's the same, rapid beat.
Okay. And
So
the charger itself. Neat. And the charger itself, what does the charger itself do? Is it really rapid as well, down below?
So the field is there.
The charger itself down below, is it really rapid too?
Yes, it's a complete.
I see. Yeah.
Field is there, but I wouldn't recommend you to touch the coil.
That's what the field should sound like. So if you just keep going up the ladder, the outside field of the rings are that same sound. And if I even try to touch the inside of the ring, same thing. But as you move up, and I'm not touching anything.
That's the beat what you're hearing right now.
A fluctuating beat, right?
Yeah.
So now if I go in closer to the core, the inner core,
getting more intense. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, neat.
And if I just bury it inside the core, it'll bury itself out. And then if you go higher to the third level, inside core,
yeah, the randomness is so good. I love that. Yeah.
Outside core.
Oh wow.
Inside core. My heartbeat.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting. Nice.
That's very nice.
So we listen to sounds, we listen to things, we look at things, and we learn.
That's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah,
Can't-
and
Next Tuesday, I have more to present because these are openings here, and I have an idea for making. I have more ideas. You know, the progression goes on and on.
absolutely. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mark. Excellent. Great fun. Thanks for all your reasoned things here. It's great to hear your line of reasoning and so on too, because that's an important part of it.
Hey, Rick.
So let us end us at this great end of this session with a lot of speed and an enjoyment that we mix up the fields so that love and compassion to each and every one of us goes out to it. I live in the United States of America. I say to Mary F. out in California, please send all the love and compassion to the White House and all the people that flow through the White House that drink the water, use the bathrooms, eat the food that are there right now to flow all of my soul energy through Mary and through everybody is there that they can enjoy the pleasantries of our goodness.
Oh man, no, just bless you, man. That's just so good.
Everything that we hope for. This is a new beginning, a new birth in our life, and let's just send the love that our soul can project at each and every one of them that go through that position, that White House position. I don't care what their names are or who they are or what they represent. Let their love, that all of our love, be felt by us through them and be projected through our whole entire universe. Let us all rejoice. I don't
That's so
care about the
perfect.
man's name. Let's just rejoice in the possibility that the truth may prevail.
So they get excited. You see that?
Thank you, Mark. That was a good blessing. I think
Thank you, sir.
Chad, did you have a question before things let go here?
In reference to Lee's last question, when you go to explain it to somebody just casually, is it possible, Rick, that the Keshe Foundation comes up with a PDF foldable, printable, and foldable pamphlet that would answer a question like, what is the Keshe Foundation? What is plasma? What it can do in your daily life, that we could print out and hand out to people that we meet?
Well, that's a good idea, actually. So the basic questions are, what is the Keshe Foundation? What is plasma? And what can plasma do in my life? Is that what it was?
Those are some of the questions that come off the top of my head.
Do for me, sir. Well, yeah, those are basic ones, and they actually come up. Another one is, what is Gans? And what can Gans do? What is it used for?
If we could print this out on our own, something that you could download from the Keshe Foundation and print them out ourselves and just hand out to people that have questions, something that they could read in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, something they could read.
Yeah, like
quick,
what they used to call a leaflet, or maybe a little folding fold out thing that you read several frames on it, like with the information, nice pictures. Okay, that's a good idea, and if anybody has some ideas on what that might look like or can lay that out, they can get a hold of me, and we can set up a little project and work on that, because I think that's something that is required. It's not enough just to go to the website. You need to have Oh, well, actually, that should be on the website. It should be something you could just print off the website and get the information, basic information like that. So we are trying to simplify the website. We have a new website in the back ready to spring out, and it's much more simplified and has more answers to these kinds of simple questions that can take a lot of research through the current a barrage of information to try to get simple answers. It's not so simple to find. So good idea. Good idea.
It would be great for somebody that doesn't have the time or the immediate desire to spend hours listening to teaching.
Yeah, like a government official that you meet and you just want to, well, what is this Keshe Foundation? Well, here, read about this and it'll tell you the basics. I don't have to go through it all. We don't have time right now, but here, just have a quick look at this. And, that could really work. So, thanks for that suggestion. And if you have any ideas how that could come together in terms of how it could be laid out or something, then you could, give an example. Just lay something out, how it could look, and send it in, and maybe we'll like it and use it as something to springboard off of or whatever. So people out there that are graphic artists maybe have something in mind what this could look like, and we could get together in a little group and put it together. Okay, very good. Lee, did you have something else you wanted to show at the end, or are you okay there?
Well, someone asked me last week how I made my plastic shavings in my pipes, and I had a 5-minute video showing how I do make them, but that can wait till next week if you want. It's up to you.
Maybe we could wait till next week. I don't think there's urgency for it, unless Mark needs to know that for this week's project. It's on a need-to-know basis. Maybe I don't know. He could use it to fill up his tubes there so they don't blow up on him. I'd hate to withdraw that information.
Very soldier.
I don't know. It could probably wait till next week, I think. I'm pretty much bagged here, and we're getting into almost 5 hours, so I think we should probably end it and save something good for next week.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Thanks, Lee. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for showing all the cool stuff today. Great stuff, Mark. I hope your system holds together there with its funky wobbliness and everything, but it's looking really good. It's like it's not even shaking across the table like mine does sometimes. So it's doing pretty good.
By next week, we'll probably have 4 of them rocking and rolling. Maybe we'll have some Gans in it.
Yeah, it needs to have some eyes in there or something. It's got arms. It's got, it's got those hands and arms and body. It just needs some eyeballs to be able to see better, I think.
Well, if we don't look to the future, I'm sure not looking to the past. So
I'm still trying to figure out how you managed to do it, like the turn these. I don't know. That's good. That's really good. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, it is indeed. All right, I'm going to...
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so that's going to wrap it up for today's what's now Wednesday, November 16th, 2016, even here on the west coast of North America. And I'm very thankful and with gratitude to everybody's contribution here today. It's great fun. Thank you all. It's just been like full 5 hours. We haven't had 2 minutes we haven't had 10 seconds of downtime where it's dead air time or anything. Lots of participation. That's great. So once again,
I don't know where the 5-minute breaks went.
Yeah, we're supposed to have that 5-minute break every hour and a half to 2 hours, but Flint's not here to remind us, so we forget about it, I guess. All right, special thanks to Fung, who a new person that was here earlier and so on. So appreciate your input and everybody. Okay, gonna end it for now. So I'll end the live stream and we'll wrap it up. Okay. Thanks. Oh, there was a question on live stream. I think. Yeah, Mendel mentions Rick and other people. Are you aware of sonoluminescence? Yeah, I meant to get into that a bit actually. Maybe we could next week. That would be good. Where you create a vacuum void bubble by high frequency sound waves targeted on a center, which creates a reaction and flashes in a blue pure plasma. This is something we can look into a little more, that we can actually create a real plasma from this this implosion, basically, of this vacuum void bubble called sonoluminescence, basically creating luminescence from a sound wave. So that's something that we can look into a little more detail next week. And we could also look into how waves are created in these rotating spheres. Different wave structures are actually created according to the RPMs and the liquids and so on and so forth. And some of these structures might have the clues to create the sonoluminescence, which is essentially an ionized plasma. And that's what we've been after for many years with the Keshe reactors. All right, let's carry on more next week. Okay, bye for now, everyone.